What's up, bud?
I don't think I spoke to you, walked in.
No, me neither. I didn't even see you, so I apologize. Yeah.
Okay, we'll begin the Planning Committee meeting of Akron City Council. Respectfully request a roll call, please, by our clerk.
Fusco.
Aye.
Kamer. Aye. Connor. Boyce.
Aye.
Hannah.
Aye.
All committee members are present.
Thank you. I'd like to entertain a motion. We accept the minutes of the previously held meeting.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. We have 3 items that are up for public hearing this afternoon. The procedures will be, we'll receive a report from the Planning Department on the proposed conditional use requests. After that, we'll then ask our clerk, Sarah Biviano, to swear in any of you that wish to testify before the committee today. After that portion, we'll open up the public hearing in which you will have an opportunity to speak to the committee on the proposed item. After that, we'll close the the public hearing, open it up to questions from the committee members, and then open it up to questions from the council members. We'll repeat that procedure this evening at 5 o'clock. The only difference at 5 o'clock is going to be that the committee is going to make a recommendation to all of council to vote on either in favor, against, or to take time on the item. And first of all, what I'd like to do is thank you all for coming down and appreciate you taking the time and providing your input on these proposed conditional use requests. Thank you very much. So the first item will receive I'll ask Sarah Biviano to please read that in. Thank you.
The first item up for public hearing today is an ordinance authorizing a conditional use to establish a defense education training facility at 1928 Eastwood Avenue and declaring an emergency.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The petitioner is proposing to establish a training facility at the subject location. Because the use is not permitted in a residential district, conditional use approval is necessary. The core of the center would be a 3,840 square feet structure placed within the base of the drained concrete pool. The building would be purpose-built by the manufacturer to endure the rigors of repeated training sessions. While appearing similar to a set of stacked containerized units, they are uniformly painted, typically black with an accent color. The units would be configured and assembled on site to create a 40 by 48 foot first floor, a 40 by 40 second level with a sloped roof on one side, and a 40 by 8 foot third level on the opposite side. Because the structure would be recessed into the bowl of the pool, the 27 foot height of the structure would be approximately 20 feet above ground level. The interior of the structure would be fitted with movable wall panels to allow various scenarios. Video cameras throughout and around the structure would allow for performance review by team leaders and instructors. The structure would be utilized not only by fire and EMS personnel, but also by local police, SWAT teams, and individuals desiring personal defense training. The petitioner is partnering with Achilles Heel Tactical to provide use of force training. In all cases, the use of simunition rounds will be required. These are reduced energy, non-lethal cartridges that leave a wax, detergent-based, or water-soluble color marking compound to allow accurate assessment of simulated tactics. They do not contain any lead or heavy metals, and the rounds to be utilized are quiet enough that hearing protection is not required. Due to the indoor nature of the simulations and the structure's 250-foot distance from Eastwood Avenue, the discharge of weapons should be inaudible to adjacent properties. The second floor of the existing primary structure would be utilized as office space for staff, and the first floor would be used for training preparation, film review, lunch breaks, and lounge areas, and would also house a small retail shop. Existing gravel areas lined with railroad ties near the entry would provide parking for customers. A second phase would establish memberships for an archery range to be located in the southeastern quadrant of the property. It would feature targets in the range of 10 to 50 feet from platforms at multiple heights and would be enclosed with specially manufactured netting 16 to 20 feet in height to prevent any stray arrows from escaping the range. The basketball tennis courts would also be offered for use. A third phase includes a rappel tower offering descents from 30 feet above ground into the deep end of the pool. Also envisioned are a military-style obstacle course and canine training course. No objections to the proposal have been received from any city department. One objective of the Land Use and Development Guide Plan is to develop recreational facilities so that surrounding residents are not negatively affected by their use. The training facility should have minimal impact on surrounding uses, as training sessions would primarily be scheduled events for organizations. The training would be performed indoors in a controlled environment and then reviewed for effectiveness. Fire and EMS training would not include actual or simulated fire, and law enforcement training would never utilize live ammunition. A federal firearms license is not required to sell or provide simunitions or the devices that use them, and the petitioner does not intend to obtain an FFL for liability reasons. The archery range would be screened and buffered from the adjacent Metro Park property, and the elevated platforms would necessitate aiming toward the ground. Any commotion elicited by the obstacle courses would certainly be less frequent and noticeable than that created by the former swim club. The proposed training center is an imaginative solution to repurpose the former recreation club to meet a real need to provide additional training to first responders, as well as individuals desiring personal defense training and community groups looking to provide fitness training and team building activities. Both the planning staff and planning commission recommend approval subject to the conditions.
Thank you very much for that report. At this time, I'd like to ask Sarah Biviano to please swear in any individuals that may be here that wishes to testify to this.
If you'd like to provide testimony for this public hearing, could you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth? If so, please say, "I do." Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll open up the public hearing and ask if there's anyone wishing to testify in reference to the conditional use request at 1928 Eastwood Avenue. If you could please provide for us your name and address.
Excuse me, could you come to a microphone? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Mark Salerno. I live in Talmadge, Ohio, and I am a teeny tiny Talmadge family attorney for the Walker family. And it gives me a great pleasure to talk about this particular project. May I continue?
Yes.
It's 1928 Eastwood, and it was the Eastwood swimming hole. Robert Walker Sr. invented it. And he was really advanced of his time. It was a zero-gravity pool in 1970. And he operated it for over 30 years until Father Time knocked on the door and said, "Your business plan has outlived its useful service." And then it remained dormant, like a CVS pharmacy or an old car dealership. And lots of times these properties are sold and someone else new comes in with an idea, but not today. I'd like to introduce you to the Walker legacy. These are the two grandsons of Robert Walker Sr., and along with their father, Robert Walker Sr.'s dad, have decided to repurpose the property that has remained in their hands into the Eastwood Training Center, LLC, which has been incorporated. They want to train fire, EMS, and police. It's a unique design using metal storage containers with the ability to change door swings, door locations, scenarios, all while being recorded in a controlled indoor environment. Many I've talked to asked, what about the traffic? And this is not retail. This is not Walmart. These are highly trained professional people seeking to increase their training to save lives. And as far as parking goes, it used to be a swim club. It could hold over 300 cars, but we don't foresee that. Again, we're looking for small groups of professional people to increase the training that they need to save lives. Fire or EMS, you can imagine being able to go into a controlled indoor environment. You don't know where anything is, and you have to secure and extract a victim and beware of any pitfalls or dangers that would behoove you, and it would be recorded. So afterwards, you can see me running into the door by accident. And it would be very good training. And the same with fire. Firemen, they need to locate, extract potential victims, and make sure that they're safe and sound. And again, this would be recorded. With police, it's a very, very similar situation, only they will not use live ammunition. It's a simulated round. It's a plastic round. It's less audible than a lawnmower, and again, it's inside. And if they do the scenario properly, they would not even need to discharge their weapon. So it's not a shooting range per se. It's nothing like that at all. It's an indoor controlled training environment, but what is so special about it is that when these firemen and EMS go into a burning building, they're on a timeline. This is a life and death situation. In this controlled environment, there's a ticking clock, but no one is going to lose their life. It's a perfect way to be able to train and operate and make sure that the firemen, EMS, and police are properly trained. Now, without any further ado, I'd like to introduce you to Rob and Davey Walker and see if you guys had any questions for them.
No, not really. At this point, we'll conclude the public hearing and then open it up for questions. As those are the procedures that we follow.
Okay.
You'd like to introduce yourself and give us your address, that's fine. But after the meeting, after the public hearing portion, then we'll open up the questions.
Okay, great.
Thanks. Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Again, please provide for us your name and address.
Hi, my name is Megan, address 560 Narragansett, Talmadge. Good afternoon, council members. I'm here to speak about the proposed training complex to be built on Eastwood Avenue. My family moved into our home about a year ago because this neighborhood offered what so many families are looking for. A quiet, safe, residential community where children can grow up and neighbors can enjoy their homes. Our house is located about 500 feet from the proposed site, and we can see the property from our home. My husband and I have a 1-year-old child and are hoping to expand our family soon, which makes the safety and character of our neighborhood even more important to us. Residents rely on zoning protections when making major life decisions like where to raise their families and invest in a home. I fully support the important work of our police, fire, and EMS professionals, and I understand the need for quality training. However, the proposed tactical training compound is simply not compatible with a residential neighborhood like ours. Facilities like this involve simulated emergency scenarios, weapons training, vehicle exercises, and loud drills. Even when training ammunition or simulations, even when using training ammunition and simulations, the resulting noise, activity, and increased traffic could significantly disrupt the peaceful character of the community, especially for families and visitors trying to enjoy the walking trails, fish at Alder Pond, or spend time picnicking at Goodyear Metro Park. In addition to the homes nearby, there is also a daycare that our daughter goes to, actually, located about 800 yards from the proposed site, and a church directly next door to the property. These places where children are cared for and families gather, and they deserve a setting that reflects the quiet and safety our community values. It's also concerning that the proposed design includes stacked containerized steel training structures, which would not be visually compatible with the surrounding neighborhood or the Goodyear Metro Park and existing homes. Training for our first responders is important, but the success of a project like this depends on placing it in the right location. There may be more appropriate sites in industrial areas or in more rural parts of nearby Portage County where residents are not located so close to these operations. I respectfully ask the council to deny the zoning change and protect the residential character of this neighborhood. Thank you for your time and consideration. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down. Appreciate it.
course.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Is there anyone else wishing to speak either in favor or against this proposal at 28 Eastwood Avenue? Pardon? Oh.
I don't have a thing prepared like Megan, but based off what she said, I am at 585 Eric Drive, and my property Back porch actually looks over the whole park, and I am concerned about the visual aspect of the steel containers, as well as the traffic in that area and changing the zoning. I've been in my house for 20 years, and I moved there because of the swim park in the residential area, and I'm just concerned that if I'm going to move, that it's going to decrease my property value. And like Megan has stated, I do support the police and EMS and firefighters. I just don't think this is the right location. Thank you.
Excuse me, may I please have your name for the record?
Melissa Riley.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else here wishing to speak in favor or against this proposal? Anyone? Here? Anyone? Okay. Well, thank you all very much for coming down this afternoon. Again, we'll redo this, if you will, at 5 o'clock this evening. Afterward, we will then make a recommendation to all of council, either in favor, against, or to table the item, take time. So thank you again for coming down. Really appreciate it. There may be questions. So at this point, we'll close the public hearing portion. We're going to open it up to the committee for any comments or questions from the committee members at this time. Mr. Hanna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to know what are the operating hours that you will have? And I know that facility in that area up there, when there was a swimming pool, it had a lot of traffic, lots of traffic going in and out. So how can you eliminate that traffic, especially if this is going to be an open facility for anyone to join? It'll be, if I want to come up and join, which I never had the opportunity to come to that swimming pool, but I knew it was there. So how will you control the traffic if you're going to have a membership
Do you have the answer?
type of
You don't have the answer.
facility?
Okay, yeah. Please step to the microphone, please. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for the question. It would be a regular operational from 9 to 5 during the day. It would be perhaps on Saturday. What they want to do is go to Wyndham Township and say, we're going to have EMS training at 2 o'clock on Thursday. Even if there is EMS training, there's going to be no ambulances. They would show up in their private cars, they would go ahead and do the training, and then they would leave. Same thing with EMS or fire. There's going to be no ambulances, no fire trucks, no SWAT teams being there. So we would limit the traffic and the operation by the number of hours that it's open and scheduling with municipalities, towns, and townships to use the facility for training. It wouldn't be just a walk up, here I am.
Okay. Good.
Well, how would you control the memberships that's paying their funds and their money to come anytime they get ready to? Well, you say from 9 to 5, right? So that would be the operating hours. Well, how would you control, your memberships?
So, Robert Walker, 2491 Maplehurst Drive in Stowe, Ohio. To answer your question to the best that I understand it, we were thinking of incorporating memberships for local EMS, paramedic, police departments. So instead of, these departments are required to do so much hands-on simulation training throughout the year, throughout a quarter or a month. So we had the idea of incorporating memberships where they can pay annual or monthly membership. They can come use the facility as needed instead of saying, hey, we're calling Eastwood Training Center. We'd like to book a training session for our paramedics or our fire department or our police team. And then we'll pay for that day, right? So we're going to have a website and everything built. There'll be a booking schedule on there, what days are open, what days are available. And again, they can call and also schedule that. So we will be making sure that those slots are open, if that makes sense. That was what the memberships were for. As far as the other phases that Jim spoke about at the beginning, those would be public opening. It wouldn't be fully private. The private part would be where we're having professional simulated training. That would be scheduled by professional law officers, paramedics, EMS, what have you. Someone off the street isn't going to be able to come in and say, hey, I want to come in and run a training. They have to be licensed for that type of training, which there are a lot of private LLC instructors who are ex-military or ex-firefighters who do that type of simulated training. So they would call and say, hey, my name is so-and-so. I'm a certified trainer for this industry, this department. I'd like to book your facility for a class I'm running. We would say, okay, great. Memberships were to take some financial ease off local departments. If they were to be able to pay annually or monthly, they could have unlimited bookings whenever they're available, as long as we have an open slot. It wasn't based off membership as far as a private facility like a country club, if that makes sense.
Donnie Cameron?
Thank you, Mr.
This is Robert Walker's son, Dave Walker.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you just got to use the microphone so that for the
Okay,
record.
and this is Dave Walker. He's the son. He was a little bit late.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Welcome. Thanks. Thank you. Mr. Kramer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is actually for the Walker family, so they might want to step back up with their attorney. It's like a two-part question. My first question is, I think I already know the answer, but I'm guessing the Walker family is moving forward with this conditional use and they're going to operate this business model, correct?
That's correct. I will, as a family, and we will be running the business and operating it.
All right, thank you. My second question is, does any of you folks have any kind of background in criminal justice or law enforcement or tactical?
Nothing in law enforcement. However, I did work in the law enforcement industry for a while. I got my MBA from the University of Dayton. Upon that, I accepted a job with a legal protection services company for if anybody was to get in any sort of self-defense incident. Our company would cover them in court. It was a subscription-based legal defenses for any person, pretty much. So in that industry, and I was a regional manager for Ohio. When I worked in that industry, I traveled all over Ohio from Columbus to Cincinnati, Cleveland, Akron, Canton, building contracts and partnering our company, which was based out of Texas. And I met a lot of people who do private training. I met a lot of police departments, chiefs of police. So through those business relations, that's when we kind of came up with the idea to repurpose the property for something that doesn't currently exist for this industry. I mean, there really is not any type of business or anything in the area that provides this type of training for EMS first responders. Okay. So in that department, yes, I do have experience in relations and I've been in the environment, but I've never been a law officer or anybody of that sort myself.
All right, I got one more. Sure. I'm going to add another question.
Yep.
This might go back to our planning department, but I did hear the concerns from the residents here. Now, it seemed like some of their concerns was the view of these containers. Are we really kind of coming together and trying to address that as much as we can with tree coverage and et cetera? With any kind of conditions we can add or anything? And that's my final question.
Okay.
Our initial look was there is some mature landscaping along the street frontage along Eastwood Avenue, as well as around the park to the south, and so there and also to the east. So the screening that is in place is largely sufficient. I think we may need to perhaps supplement slightly, but I think it's pretty good as it is.
You did mention maybe supplement. Is that something that we can maybe, it's up to the ward council person too, obviously, but maybe we can really look at the possibility, if we move forward with this and everything, to supplement, maybe add more greenery and trees and bushes or whatever?
Sure.
Would you like to respond?
Yes, sir. So the front of the property that runs parallel with Eastwood Avenue, there is black privacy tarp along the front. That was when we had picnic tables and people would grill out when they were there with their families and things to provide privacy from people coming down Eastwood. So that can be adjusted. If need be, it can be raised for a little more visibility. To answer that question, yes. and I think you mentioned a few other things with some of the other citizens' concerns. I can address a couple of those quickly if you'd like to. Yeah, so one was sound and traffic. So the sound, these simulated rounds, okay, they're non-lethal, plastic. I'm sure you've been through the business plan we submitted. The decibel level is below a lawnmower. As Mark said, you know, they might come into the facility, run a 10-minute training session, whether it's entering a home, you know, even if they run fire, EMS, anybody. Hey, we're pulling a victim out. Okay, this room has fire in it. Okay, we have to adapt our simulation. Okay, we have an injured victim here. What's the best way to get both of these out of here safely? So, as far as sound goes, they may run a 20-minute simulation as far as police go and fire one shot. Say it's, you know, if it's a SWAT thing with hostage situation or whatnot, but going through the simulation and how they're trained professionally, they may run the end of the simulation and they may de-escalate the situation and not ever have to fire the shot. The shot would be, again, non-lethal, simunition. It's going to be inside the building, 250 feet from Eastwood Avenue. Everything back that way is probably double, if not more, distance from Metro Parks trails. As far as sound goes, the mower that we run in the summer all day long, it's a lot of grass to mow. That sound is far higher from an audible level than anything that we're going to produce here. We used to play music. Customer members could play music from a jukebox. We had speakers all the way around the pool playing music all summer. That was never an issue or complaint with sound. I mean, having 300 people, 500 people in there at one time at the swim park, all the kids screaming, the noise, we're not going to touch any sort of level even close to that. Traffic too. You know, the water park was a seasonal business. People pay membership. They come all summer long. We would have cars lined up before we open at 11, all the way out to this driveway. We'd have to open up early just to get cars, to get traffic moving and inside. Like I mentioned before, to answer his question, you know, this isn't going to be people just running in and running training. It'll be booked specifically with a time, date, and scheduled. Departments are required to run so much training per month, per quarter, per year. We're not going to have 300, 400, 500 cars in there. And we do have parking areas that we had before, gravel areas with railroad ties, 4 cars to pull up. It's very designated. So traffic count would be far less. Just given the industry as well, this is a 12-month business versus a 3-month. We're not going to have that kind of clientele trying to get their money's worth and cramming into the facility in a 3-month period as well. The volume's just not going to be there for this.
Okay. Very good. Very good.
May I touch on one more thing?
Sir, briefly.
Briefly. The visual thing. I know there's been some concerns about the visual, the structure. You know, visually, the water slide tower that's there is going to be taller than this facility is currently. And that's been there for 15 years, right? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, we've never had a complaint on the visual water slide tower being there or the ring poles or anything else that's still currently there with the pool that will be reconstructed and taken down. And I think it kind of addresses those questions.
Thank you.
Yep.
Linda Mobian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Good. Just a few questions, and maybe the planning staff could answer one of these. I just want to make sure, I took the time to drive out there, and I probably trespassed because you said it was a private location, and I did drive around a little bit. I'm still trying to figure out how you get 500 cars back there. I know when you drive in, there's an apartment complex or something to the left, and I saw the swimming pool and all of that, but I didn't see where you would get that many cars parked. That's one question. And you've stated repeatedly that you would never use live bullets. There would never be that kind of thing. And the other question I have is that we don't have a contract that we will be using your facility. So I'm assuming if you build this training facility, that you would then go out and market it and for those individuals, not necessarily institutions, would then sign up for membership. Am I understanding that correctly?
Could you rephrase the last question about the membership part?
Yeah. your membership is individual membership, not necessarily institutions like the city of Akron. You don't have a contract or anything with the city of Akron or anything like that. And you're building this facility as a training facility for first responders and others. So am I correct in assuming that?
To an extent, it's going to be a public, open business. As far as contracts go, yeah, I mean, with any business, we're going to market to our target market audience, our business, our industry. We'll have a website. I mean, the website it will be online, open to anyone who can access a computer. And as Jim mentioned in the later phases, training obstacle course as well, not only for fitness and just conditioning for first responders, but athletic teams can use these types of facilities as well. So I think I'm answering your question. It's an open public business.
Right.
The facility that we want to start building first, that will be for a target audience of first responders and small private trainers for anyone who wants to get any type of training on, say, how to clear your home at night, or a stay-at-home mom, or any type of situation like that. I think I answered your question.
Yeah, the one. You talked about 500 cars coming back there when you had the swimming pool open. There's enough space. As I said, I trespassed. I drove into that area. I wanted to see myself what it was. I just didn't see that kind of parking space, but then again, I pretty much stayed to the front of it. I didn't want to be caught driving around without having permission.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, so as you circle around to the back of the property, where what would be called the beach, where people lay out their blankets and things on the pool, the back part of that, there's large grass area where we had parking lanes laid out, probably, I mean, 500 yards or more. I mean, no more than that probably, but yeah, there is parking in the back where people would pull around the property, pull up in the gravel parking area. They parked along the back part of the property there, then they would proceed to the front where the beach was at, and they would lay out their blankets, and that mirrored the pool area.
So you wouldn't have, there's nowhere to park on the street, I know that. So the street would not be an option.
No,
So-
no, ma'am. Everything would be, I mean, it's 12-acre property, so everything parking-wise would be designated areas far from the street, and there'd be nothing that would be limiting traffic or anything at the entrance area off of Eastwood.
And if we were to approve this, would this be a soundproof facility where the neighbors couldn't hear?
Yes, ma'am. So the audible level of the simunitions, as I mentioned earlier, is very, very low. People we've talked to, all the professionals and the companies who design these and sell these to this target market audience, it's going to be inaudible from that distance inside that building to anybody on the street level. And everything will be done indoors as well.
Have you done any marketing to your neighbors? Have you talked to your neighbors?
Yes, we have. I actually brought our partner here, Mark, a couple letters from neighbors that gave it to me this week that they are for this. I haven't had any neighbors across the street approach us or call or anything to say they aren't for it right across the street. I mean, the church next door I grew up going to, we know the landscaping guys who has been working there a long time, and they thought it was a great idea as well. We haven't had any protest or any confrontation in a negative way about this. Everybody seems to think it's a good idea, and it could be very helpful for the city of Akron.
The city of Akron, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, thank you. Just a reminder for everyone real quick is that this is a conditional use request. There are 7 conditions, and question number 4 I will read in. That is that live ammunition shall be prohibited from use on the site. If it would be prohibited, what would be the penalty? I mean, if they would use live ammunition, because it's a condition in here that they're not permitted to. So if they would, what would happen? It's a condition. It's a conditional use request. That's what we're voting on is.
So that would be a zoning violation, first
Right.
of all, right? And so then there'd be.
For everybody
yeah.
else's benefit.
Yep,
I'm not-
and
I know what it is, but.
it would also be a crime.
Yes, thank you. Be a problem. Fran Wilson? Yeah, I know. I just wanted for people to understand, we could shut it down, basically. So you guys understand that, too. Go ahead, Fran Wilson.
Thank you. I know we received a letter, I got a letter in my email from the park, the representative from the Metro Parks about concerns. One of them was around canine and outside noises, not just so I think we talked the munitions stuff a bit, but I just wondered about what other outside loud noises there might be involved in this, and if we've talked back with the Metro Parks representative. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. The first part is the K9, the noise piece. I don't know.
Another phase of this target market and industry is canine training.
Yeah.
Which, again, with our building, I've spoke to a lot of police departments, canine units, in doing the pre-market research for this business idea. And having these type of situations when they run a dog into a house looking for, sniffing for drugs or trying to find somebody hiding, excuse me, trying to find somebody hiding, this would be very beneficial for that. As far as the canine training, to address your question more, another phase of this was thinking of building a fenced-in canine training facility where they have obstacles, climbing walls for dogs. It's very easy to look up and do that research on and what kind of wood structures they use to train the dogs and that kind of stuff. That would not produce any sound. I mean, and again, just to touch base, we used to play music on the loudspeakers for 30 years around the property, and you could hear that in the metro parks. And we have water slide towers that are taller than this facility. We never had any complaints as far as sound and visibility for 30 years, and this isn't going to be, excuse me, this isn't going to be anything of a greater threat to those concerns.
In terms of the metro parks, I've not had any conversations with them personally, but I see that. Thank you very much for that.
The Metro Park?
Pardon?
Yeah, when the other meeting we came to, the zoning meeting, when we came to that,
Yes.
I believe it was I don't recall his name, but the director and chief of planning for Metro Parks, when they were calling either individuals who were pro or against it, he did come up and speak. He made the statement that we're not stating we're pro or against this, but he said that, I mean, it was in the Beacon article, that they thought it was a very important and beneficial thing for the community and public safety to have this type of training.
Thank you. Thank you. Further questions or comments? I'm not seeing or hearing any. So at this time, I'll invite you back this evening at 5 o'clock. The public hearing's over, I'm sorry. However, though, this one time, I'm sorry, maybe you weren't here whenever we had done that, so you're going to have to be sworn in. Let me use the microphone. Whenever we conduct a public hearing, what we do is swear everyone in, and it's official business. So what I'll do, I think you came in late, so what I'll do is ask that you stand up, be sworn in by our clerk, and for this one time, we will permit this, okay? So I understand. I've been late a couple times myself, so not a problem. Go ahead.
Could you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth? If so, please say, "I do." Thank you.
Yeah, the public hearing is officially over, but I'll temporarily open it up. Please be brief, provide us your name and address. And this evening, it starts at 5 promptly. In case you want to speak again, you'll have another opportunity.
My name is Rachel Schweier. I live on 543 Eric Drive in Talmadge. Concerns I had hearing this is, first, you guys said it was open 2 to 5, but then you said they could go in whenever they want. So what's the clearing on that? They said first it was outdoors, now it's indoors. Also, what else was there? They said they sent letters to all of us. I know myself, we didn't receive a letter. All of our neighbors we talked to did not receive letters about any of this. And also, they said you could hear kids and everyone having a good time at the swimming pool. That's a joyous sound. My son does airsoft and indoors and outdoors, and that's what it is. It's pellets, you say, airsoft. They can be loud. They can be loud, and they're training. They're going to be yelling. That's what they do. They yell. They have to be heard. So it's going to be yelling. It's going to be all this. They say it's indoors. It's going to be indoors and outdoors. If there's dogs, are the dogs going to be controlled? Like stated, there's a lot of families, a lot of kids. We play outside in the summertime. So just, concerns as neighbors, property value. What is that going to do for our property value as well? We're all for training, they need it, but rural areas, they need to go out where there's not neighborhoods, kids.
Very good.
And also we have veterans who have PTSD. Is any of this live stuff, loud noises, is that going to trigger for 3 of them that I know of that live around us? So valuable questions.
Yes, thank you very
But
much.
thank you for your time, I appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you. With that, we're going to move on to the next item that's up for public hearing. Again, invite everyone back this evening at 5 o'clock sharp, and we will conduct another public hearing. Afterwards, we'll then make a recommendation to council. Item number 2, Sarah Viviano, please.
The second item up for public hearing today is an ordinance authorizing a conditional use to place a shed within the required setback at 844 East Archwood Avenue and declaring an emergency.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The petitioner is requesting permission to vary the rear yard setback for a proposed storage shed. The zoning code stipulates that structures for business uses must maintain a minimum 12-foot setback from a residentially zoned property. Since the proposed shed will be 5 feet from the rear property line, a variance of 7 feet is necessary. The petitioner wishes to preserve parking for its parishioners while locating the shed close to the church building. The shed will be measured 12 by 20 feet for a total of 240 square feet. The shed will be gray and white with a gable, standing seam metal roof, 2 barn-style doors, and 2 windows. The petitioner has stated that the shed will provide more storage space for tools to help with landscaping and beautification of the church's exterior. It will allow the church to preserve parking spaces for those who are not within walking distance. The relatively small structure will not create an overdevelopment of the site, should not impose on the neighboring property, and will enhance functionality and day-to-day operations of the church. Ray of Hope International Church has been a stable and positive influence in this neighborhood, but the planning staff and planning commission recommend approval.
Thank you. Sarah Viviano, could you please swear in any individuals that wish to testify before the committee?
If you're here to provide testimony for this public hearing, could you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth? If so, please say, "I do."
Let's hope.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. At this point, we'll open up the public hearing and ask if anyone wishes to testify. Please provide for us your name and address. Thank you very much for coming down this evening, or this afternoon.
Hello. Sorry. My name is Jamuna Gurung, and I live in 824 East Talmadge Avenue. I'm here on behalf of my church. And the property, sorry, you're probably going to hear my accent. I'm sorry if you don't.
No, we welcome your accent.
Thank you.
Very much. Please, by all means.
So this is the property we purchased in 2022. We are Nepali community church. We are just Nepali, no others, because our parents doesn't speak other language, so we kind of come up with, idea to build a Nepali church for all the Nepali people. And the property was it was almost about to be demolished, but we brought it and we rebuilt it, everything inside. But we have a problem with the shed, and this is active place of worship and community ministry. Due to ongoing maintenance needed, outreach activities, and equipment storage requirement, the churches has identified a lack of adequate indoor storage space. The proposed shed is intended to serve as a secure, weather-protected storage solution for maintenance tools, landscaping equipment, seasonal item, and materials used for church and community events. The proposed structure will be prefabricated storage set of standard construction designed to be visually compatible with the existing church building and surrounding neighborhood. This storage is non-hazardous, used for non-hazardous item related to church operation, and the placement located at church property near the main building, positioned to minimize visible from the street and maintain overall site. Radially access to authorized staff and volunteer without impeding pedestrian or vehicular traffic. The proposed site will be adversely affect neighboring properties, slightness, traffic flow, or emergency access route. The structure will be placed in manner that preserve open space, does not incur upon public right-of-way, and maintain a well-kept and orderly appearance consistent with a church commitment to neighborhood stewardship. This will help improve safety by removing clutter from interior area and extend the lifespan of church equipment through protect storage, efficiency for groundskeeping and community programming, support the continued function of the property as a community serving religious institute. And I do have a couple pictures that how we are placing all the item inside. It is really cluttered inside because we have so many chairs, table, and because the church property is 4,500 square foot, and we have a Sunday service also going on at the same time when we have our adult fellowship upstairs, and we have a Sunday school teacher are kind of like there are so many people we needed to volunteer to look at the Sunday school kids. Well, they do not climb on the chairs and do not, touch all the tools and equipment we have it inside. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Certainly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify in favor or against or anything whatsoever? I got you. Anyone? Okay, with not seeing anyone, we will now close the public hearing portion and open up the questions from the committee. Mr. Hanna, Johnny Hanna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I met with the young lady that just spoke. I went to the church and I met with a couple of the members of that church, and I did survey the area and where they want to put the shed. I think it was a great location. Also, I was invited to come back to church, which I haven't gotten back yet. Thank you so much. I approved.
Can I
Yeah,
join you?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can go.
Would love to attend a service. Any questions or comments from anyone else? No one? Very good. We'll invite you back this evening at 5 o'clock. Again, we'll repeat this process and make a recommendation. Thank you very much for coming down this afternoon. Thank you. Item number 3.
The last item up for public hearing today is an ordinance authorizing a conditional use to expand the zoo on property south of Diagonal Road and east of Ald Farm Road, parcel numbers 670-1439 and 676-1223, and declaring an emergency.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The petitioner is proposing to expand their animal exhibit space on this residentially zoned property. The zoo intends to use approximately 9¼ acres for an expansion of its Pride of Africa exhibit and surrounding walkways, landscaping, and plaza. The expansion includes a large habitat enclosure featuring giraffes, wildebeests, ostriches, and marabou storks. Animals will be able to roam together within the enclosed habitat that will be situated directly south of the zoo's new animal medical center. Public access will be from the lion habitat to the north. The habitat exhibit will be enclosed with a 10-feet-high black chain link fence. Existing forested trees will be removed as they could be toxic to the animals. The zoo will plant tree islands, including vegetation compatible with the animals. The tree islands will be protected from the giraffes by a combination of fencing, deadfall, and boulders. The overall landscaping among the expansion will have a scattered mix of shade and ornamental trees, shrubs, perennials, and ornamental grasses along walkways throughout the site. 2 large buildings will be featured within the habitat to house and allow for observation of the animals by the public. Both structures will continue the theming of colors and patterns as used in the adjacent lion exhibit completed in 2019. The larger building is the giraffe barn. The irregularly shaped building will measure approximately 125 feet in width and 190 feet in length. It will contain stalls and a day room for the giraffes, plus necessary utility space for the zookeepers. It will also have a publicly accessible observation area extending 60 feet from the southern corner of the building. The building will be situated 140 feet from Diagonal Road and 321 feet from Ald Farm Road. Peak height of the roof will be 31 feet from grade. Exterior building materials would consist of precast decorative concrete walls and a flat roof. The observation area will have a thatched, hipped roof over its structure. Staff service access to the back of the building will be from the existing curb cut and access drive along Diagonal Road, previously constructed for the animal hospital. The second building on site will be a 50 by 66-foot covered pavilion on the eastern side of the exhibit. It will be sited over 650 feet from Diagonal Road and 375 feet from Old Farm Road. It will be constructed of stone and wood with a thatched gabled roof to a height of 27 feet. Zoo patrons will be able to use it as an observation area or an event space. Access to the pavilion will be from a new main plaza directly south of the lion exhibit. A 30-foot tall ADA accessible tower ride accommodating eight riders will be located across the plaza, approximately 700 feet from the Diagonal Road and 500 feet from Old Farm Road. The ride, which rotates slowly and is manually operated by guests, will provide zoo patrons with a unique, elevated perspective of the zoo and its surroundings. The site also depicts a 10-foot wide gravel access road extending west from the back of the giraffe barn to within 25 feet of the property line and turning southwest, following the space between the habitat fence and an 8-foot tall perimeter fence along the zoo's property line. The path runs parallel to Diagonal Road and then continues southeast, following Old Farm Road, between the perimeter and habitat fences for about 380 feet, where it intersects with a gate on the southern habitat fence, providing zookeepers with access to the back section of the exhibit. Petitioners also noted that the access road will be used to provide special VIP tours. The site plan shows that the space along the path will be landscaped and planted with various trees and shrubs. All animals to be included in the exhibit are quiet by nature and should not be disruptive to the surrounding neighborhood. Odors produced should not be enough to impact the surrounding area, and animal waste will be cleared regularly and disposed of twice per week. The petitioner has worked with the planning staff to arrive at a landscaping plan that meets the zoo's needs while addressing the concerns of the city administration. Since there are single-family homes across the road from the site, the planning department has asked that as many mature trees as possible be retained or replaced, and that landscaping be supplemented to provide a buffer to preserve the character of the neighborhood. The city arborist, after surveying the property, placed an economic value on the existing trees of approximately $142,000 worth of ecosystem services to the residents of Akron. The Service Department and the zoo began conversations last year regarding potential mitigation activities to replace the value lost. Objectives of the Land Use and Development Guide Plan include promoting good design standards for buildings, parking lots, and appropriate landscaping, and maintaining open space buffers between such uses and residential neighborhoods. Maintaining the existing line of trees along the Diagonal Road and Old Farm Road property lines, supplemented by additional landscaping, should shield the use from the nearby residential dwellings. The Akron Zoo employs over 400 people and has been a positive presence in the Shabandi Hill neighborhood. The Akron Zoo's expansion of the Pride of Africa exhibit will create opportunities for guests to have year-round access to giraffes and other animals, and will be an excellent addition to the zoo and surrounding community. Both the planning staff and commission recommend approval, subject to the conditions.
Thank you very much. Sarah Viviano, can you please swear in any individuals that wish to testify before the committee?
Sure. If you're here for this public hearing, could you please stand and raise your right hand? I know we have one person that has joined us online as well, so I can swear you in at the same time. If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth? If so, please say, I do. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll open up the public hearing and ask if there's anyone wishing to speak on this particular item. If you could please provide your name and address, and we welcome you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name's Nate Storm. I reside at 3704 Nautilus Trail in Reminderville. Great description already given about our project. We're very excited. This will be potentially the largest project in zoo history, covering about 8 acres of our property. The multi-species habitat featuring giraffes, wildebeest, and storks, and ostriches will be something very unique. The project is, we're projecting the project to increase our attendance to over 500,000 guests annually and drive economic growth throughout the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good report. Thank you. Next. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Linda Curry. I live at 674 Rainbow Drive.
Thank you.
My backyard, the fence line is the zoo. I'm concerned about the noise from the animals and stuff. How far are you, if they come into, if the building's gonna be at the corner of All Farm and Diagonal, I would like to know what noise is gonna be contained from the animals. And, as far as a ride going around the zoo, I don't wanna hear a train. I don't wanna hear nothing. I'm at retirement age. I already have to deal with the zoo far as they put a fence up there blocking up Perkins Parkway Drive, and people drop off trash up there. We deal with that. I deal with the fallen trees and limbs and stuff up in there. The point is, if they plan to buy our neighborhood out from All Farm, Garth, and all of that area, I cannot afford to make another mortgage payment in a different neighborhood. Housing prices are up, but I do not want to wake up and hear noises from the zoo. They have a lot of property. They could have expanded a different way. That's my concern.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Some water.
I just wanted to address the question. Oh, I'm sorry. Linda Chris, 8030 Rittman Avenue. I just wanted to address the concern about the animal noise. And actually, as it turns out, all of the animals that we selected for this habitat actually are very quiet. Giraffe, actually, interestingly enough, the sounds that they make are not audible to the human ear because of the frequency they're made at. So they can talk to each other, but we can't hear what they're saying. The wildebeest, relatively quiet, some grunts and moans, but you would have to be very near the habitat to hear it. The storks, they do this clacking with their beaks, which our current white storks do as well. Again, you have to be right at the habitat to hear it. And ostriches don't really make a lot of noises either. So we have a quiet group of animals that we are acquiring for this area. So just wanted to address that. We don't have a train in that area. No. In our
This is the public hearing. If there's questions, we'll ask whenever the public hearing's closed, and we'll ask those questions. Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing? By all means.
Deetra Taylor, primary resident, 754 Diagonal, landowner, 649 Minerva, co-owner, 734 East Avenue. My neighbor here, I see her walking. A lot of the time, my concern is, I bought the property around the area because I grew up in this area. I see what's happening. I noticed that you're from Reminderville, Rittman, that's not in Akron. So a lot of these people, they come to our residential area and they want to, for lack of a better word, gentrify. I can think of a million things that we need in our neighborhood. It's not a zoo, it's not expansion on the zoo. Growing up on East Avenue across from the Ed Davis Community Center, we had escaped animals back then that weren't lions and tigers and bears. We had sea turtles coming up our driveway. We had, I think at one point in time, we had a fox or something else, a stork, a wolf. We've seen all types of things. Having children in the neighborhood, ownership in the neighborhood. I have a personal connection to the neighborhood that we want to maintain. The integrity is a historic neighborhood. There's things that we could do historically, being across from the John Brown house. We don't have any grocery stores. I go to Fairline to go to the grocery store. It's disgusting. All around the neighborhood, we have $5 stores. And then when you think about the dilapidated buildings that are across the street from the zoo going on B. Odom, that could be a good use of land. But to be in a residential neighborhood, it seems really out of touch. I got this letter. I should be at work right now, but I got this letter, which I'm sure a lot of our neighbors are at work. It's been a blue-collar neighborhood for all this time, and I just don't feel like they're looking at the interests of the people in the neighborhood. Again, I noticed even with the last hearing, these people come from different cities. They don't live in the area. And let me ask you, if you are in a residential area, would you want a zoo and smells and traffic in your neighborhood? Probably not.
Okay, thank you. If you could address the chair, please. That's the way we procedurally,
I understand
we
that,
follow
but
Robert's Rules
just
of
food
Order.
for thought.
So, yeah, if you please address the
Food for
chair. Thank
thought.
you very much. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak in favor or against this proposal? Anyone? Okay, very good. We'll close the public hearing portion.
Mr.
And
Chair, we did
again-
have someone sign up online, and she was sworn in. I just want to confirm. Holly Grambort, did you want to speak on this public hearing?
No, I'm just listening. Thank you for checking.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will now close the public hearing and invite you back this evening at 5 o'clock. Again, we'll open it up for comments from the community, and we'll make a recommendation afterwards, either in favor, against, or to table an item and take time. So thank you all for taking the time out. We appreciate you coming down. We listened to what you had said, and we're gonna work from our side to see what we can do to help and assist in whatever way we can from our area. So with that, I'm gonna open up to any questions or comments from any committee members at this time, and/or council members. Any questions or comments? The one piece is about the noise. Is there, and I'm looking in here, do we have a noise requirement on here?
I don't believe we did.
It did not?
I mean,
Okay.
these are quiet animals, so there's not really
Yeah.
any concern there.
Well, I'm just asking a question, so. I see Linda Mobian.
Yeah, I know that we have been very supportive of the zoo, and I know that's Margot's area. I just wonder, have we had a conversation with the president about the location of this? I did drive by the other day. I know the hospital is being built now, so I'm just concerned about the comments that the neighbors are making. I see that Margot's hand is up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you. President Somerville?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I did just want to acknowledge that we did have the Akron Zoo at a ward meeting a couple months prior to this project even becoming public. That's one thing that I do appreciate about the zoo is that they do make sure that they maintain a good working relationship and communication with the community. So we did have an opportunity to hear about this project a couple months ago. For the couple of residents who are there, definitely want to reach out to you just to make sure that your concerns are addressed, because a lot of these things, again, we talked about at that ward meeting just to make sure that everyone was aware of all the details of the project. But I do want to say that I am supportive of the project. We are proud and should be proud of the growth of the Akron Zoo over the years. And I will say, at any time, the zoo can decide that, hey, we want to move out of the city. They can find another location. And they have been committed to staying here in Akron, in our community, which means jobs, and it means bringing people to our neighborhood and to our city. And so we are grateful for that. But we also want to make sure that the residents who live around the zoo have their issues or concerns addressed. And the zoo has always been a really great community partner in terms of working with neighborhood residents. So definitely want to make sure that the concerns that we heard today will be addressed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comments, President Somerville. For the questions or comments, again, we'll invite everyone back at 5 o'clock this evening. Thank you very much. With that, thank you. We'll move on to the balance of the agenda. I'd like to take time on 4 and 5. Item number 6, we do have a new substitute. I'd like to request that our clerk read this in.
Sure. You'll see the substitute offered as an amendment listed as item number 3 in new legislation. It's an ordinance authorizing a conditional use to rebuild a Taco Bell restaurant at 414 East Exchange Street and declaring an emergency.
Yes, thank you. Director Julian?
Yes, so we had a hearing about this a few weeks back, and so in further conversations with the development team, we convinced them to change the structure for the trash enclosure to a masonry block unit 8 feet tall.
Very good. Thank you for doing that. Appreciate that. It was a constituent who had a concern. I believe we've addressed it. I know you've been in correspondence with that person. and I believe we're okay with it. What ward is, President Somerville, this is, I believe, in your ward. I think we're okay with this one now. I know Director Julian has spoken to the resident. So with that, I think we're gonna, are we gonna need to suspend the rules on this, seeing how it's a substitute?
That is correct. If you'd like to pass, it would need to be to suspend the rules.
Gotcha. Short of any questions or concerns from anyone, is there a recommendation for suspension of the rules on this item?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Against, the ayes have it. Very good. I'm going to recommend time on the balance of the agenda, and we can now move into the new list of legislation, which is, the first item is item number 4. Sarah Biviano.
Item number 4 is an ordinance authorizing the Director of the Department of Planning and Urban Development or his designee to enter into a contract or contracts with nonprofit organizations for the provision of public services in order to carry out the intent and purpose of programs under the Consolidated Plan for the year 2026, authorizing payment therefore and declaring an emergency.
Ellen Tomic.
Committee Chair, committee members, the City of Akron may receive approximately $5.8 million in community development block grant funds from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. These CDBG dollars are used to fund the community services program. These programs provide services to our low-income residents. The 2026 focus of CSP was infant mortality, public safety, and the judicial system, financial empowerment centers, and information referral. City staff reviewed all of the applications and are recommending funding for 20 projects totaling $391,000. This legislation also includes support for United Way and Financial Empowerment Center and the Fair Housing Contact Service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What's the time frame on this?
Consent agenda is fine.
Consent agenda, okay. Is there questions or comments from anyone at this time? Questions or comments from anyone? Is there a recommendation for consent agenda at this time?
Motion for consent.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Against, the ayes have it. Item number 5.
Item number 5 is an ordinance authorizing the Director of the Department of Planning and Urban Development or his designee to enter into a contract or contracts with Let's Grow Akron Incorporated for the purpose of operating the Akron Grows Public Gardening Program in order to carry out the intent and purpose of the programs under the Consolidated Plan for the year 2026, authorizing payment therefore and declaring an emergency.
Helen Tomic.
Committee Chair, committee members, Let's Grow Akron operates the Akron Grows program on behalf of the City of Akron. I believe there's about 9 citywide gardens. They do all of the application work, they do all the pre-preparation work for the installation of these gardens, and this allows City of Akron residents to rent some space and garden at these sites. We are looking at funding them at $80,000 for 2026.
The same amount as 25?
That is correct.
Cool. Questions or comments from anyone? Consent okay on this?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a recommendation on consent?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 6.
Item number 6 is an ordinance authorizing the Director of the Department of Planning and Urban Development or his designee to enter into a contract or contracts with ABJ Apartments LLC for the renovation and adaptive reuse of property located at 44 East Exchange Street into 120 apartments affordable for residents across income levels in Akron and declaring an emergency.
Helen Tomic? The trifecta here.
Committee Chair, committee members, Pride One Construction and Phi Alpha Homes are partnering for the redevelopment of the Akron Beacon Journal building. The redevelopment will consist of 120 apartments. This is a mix of studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. Phi Alpha will be the property manager. This is a $58.5 million project utilizing low-income housing tax credit, historic tax credit, and debt financing. The city is proposing on investing $500,000 of home investment partnership funds to support the project. Thank you.
Thank you for your report, Helen Tomic. I also have spoken to Ellen Bragg here, which is not a stranger to many here in these chambers, and I know you're somewhat involved with this. Would you like to make some comments? You're welcome to if you'd like to. Yeah, thank you very much for attending this afternoon. Appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. The Beacon Journal, we've all grown up with it our entire lives. We remember the rotating clock at the top when I was going to the University of Akron. Now we have a tremendous opportunity to repurpose this building into workforce housing, something that's tremendously needed in our city, particularly downtown. And that's exactly what we hope to do with your assistance. And this building provides something else that is extremely vital, and that is 100 underground parking spaces. So I don't think we'll ever have any trouble occupying this building because of that, amongst the other amenities that are offered downtown. If you have any questions, I can certainly entertain them at this time.
Very good. Thank you so much for
Sure.
We really appreciate it. It wasn't too long ago, this council, we were in the midst of kind of negotiating the fate a couple years back of the Beacon Journal building. And I know we had worked with the administration and all, and basically saved the Beacon Journal building because I believe it was on the agenda to be raised, is what we call it, which is counterintuitive, but that's what the proposal was. So I think council can maybe say good job on that side of it. With that, is there any questions or comments from anyone? And what's the time frame on this one here? Oh, yes, of course.
Consent agenda.
CA? Okay, Mr. Hanna?
Yes.
Hanna?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What do you mean by apartments affordable to residents across income levels in Akron? How does that look?
I'm sure you're familiar with low-income housing. It's normally 50% of area median income or 30% of area median income. This goes up a little higher, up to 120% of area median income. So there's more diversity in the building. So more people other than just extremely low-income individuals can live there. And also, because of the 3-bedroom component, there will also be opportunities for family to be there as well.
That's great. Very good, very good. Interesting proposal. Okay, very good. Anyone else? So the recommendation was that we could take consent agenda on this. Is there a recommendation for consent agenda? Is there a second?
Aye.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Against? Very good, the ayes have it. That's what we'll do, and planning is done. Thanks.
Our next committee today is the Parks and Recreation Committee. Those committee members are Connor, Lombardo, Davis, Hannah, and Boyes. We do have all committee members present except for Councilwoman Davis. Whenever you're ready, Madam Chair. We'll get started in just a moment here. Thanks.
Ready, I'd like to call the Parks Committee to order. May we have a motion to accept the minutes from our previous meeting?
Motion to approve previous meeting minutes.
Second. Thank you. May we have a roll call, please?
Connor,
Here, aye.
Lombardo,
Aye.
Hannah,
Aye.
and Boyes.
Aye.
The motion passes 4-0.
Thank you so much. We have 3 items before us. The first is item number 14, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a contract or contracts after publicly advertising for bids for the rehabilitation of Corona Park in keeping with the Akron Parks Challenge and declaring an emergency. And we'll start with Mr. Lash.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of council. This actually is our Parks Challenge, one of our Parks Challenges, and one of the winners of that program. And I actually have brought my colleague, Mr. Jim Ashley. He's here. He works with us related to these projects. And we have Ms. Bridget Ambrisco with Akron Parks Collaborative. But before we get to Bridget, I'd like to see if Jim would like to share.
Thank you. This is one of 2 grants that were awarded in 2025, and this legislation is authorizing $150,000 of improvements, and they're for a new play space, court improvements or removal, site furnishings, walkways, and landscaping.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments from committee people? Any questions or comments from other council people? Hearing none, what's your pleasure?
Madam Chair, consent is fine.
May we have a motion for consent?
Motion for consent?
Second?
Second.
So moved. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 15 is an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a contract or contracts after publicly advertising for bids for the rehabilitation of Waters Park in keeping with the Akron Parks Challenge and declaring an emergency.
Yes, Madam Chair. Yeah, this is the second grant award for 2025. Legislation does authorize $150,000 for capital improvements. These improvements include a new play space, multi-purpose court, site furnishing, and overlook improvements.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from committee members? Mr. Lombardo?
I always hear about the, amphitheater. Is that, that's not in there? It says what you just said. So is that ever gonna come to fruition, or what does that amphitheater look like that I always hear about that I never see?
We did improvements to the amphitheater last year for the 200th anniversary, where they had a performance there. So we invested, I believe, over $40,000 in the amphitheater last year.
All right, so there's things happening there. Okay.
Any other questions or comments from council members? Hearing and seeing none?
Madam Chair, consent is fine.
Motion for consent?
Motion for consent.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 16 is an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a contract or contracts with Akron Parks Collaborative without the formality of publicly advertising for bids for professional and supplemental services related to the improvements of certain parks within the city of Akron and declaring an emergency. Mr. Lash.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of council, this is our annual contract with our partner at Akron Parks Collaborative, and we have our friend here, Ms. Bridget Ambrisco, who will speak related to the contract.
Thank you for the time, Madam Chair and committee. This is to support the work that we do in implementing the Akron Parks Challenge, which, just as an update, we did just close registration. We had 20 parks that were nominated with 60 individuals participating. So somewhat of a record. Every single ward was represented except for Ward 8. So that is part of our contract. Additionally, we have 20 friends groups that we help support throughout the city, and we anticipate many more because part of the requirement this year for the challenge is that they become a friends group to apply. So we anticipate many more. We are also supporting the city in the Meadow Project and Nature in Our Neighborhoods within our parks. And then finally, with other projects that come up, such as Silver Maple Ridge, which is next to the habitat development, as well as some work that we're looking at in Hardesty Park.
And what's your pleasure?
Madam Chair, consent is fine.
May I have a motion for consent? Oh, wait, any questions or comments? I'm sorry. Tina?
Since I was about to speak, I just want to thank you all for supporting the parks. I know we've got a lot going on over at Prentice, and these things do take time. I think we know in our neighborhoods this isn't a one-year thing, and you're managing a lot of moving parts, so thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Any questions or concerns from other council people? Mr. Kimmer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. Yeah, I do got a couple questions. I know last year I had some concerns in regards to the contract, and I'm looking right here. It says scope of work 2026, Akron Parks Collaborative, and then it says Akron Parks Challenge. It does say that you will work with the city of Akron to choose 2 city parks, and I believe this year is only 1 park.
That is correct.
Okay. Obviously, I know last week you held a meeting at the Firestone Park Community Center, so I thank you for being there, and I attended that, and I know there were some questions from folks that applied for the Parks Challenge, and the question was why there's only 1 park being, you know, the 150,000 allocated budget for that. So who can speak to that? I appreciate that.
Didn't you speak to that?
Yeah, currently there are, as Councilman Boyes mentioned, we have 2 parks from last year that are still that the Akron Parks Collaborative is working on, including this year, plus the Friends groups that she has. So I think there's like 4 right now outstanding. So even though this year we're funding, and the money this year is actually obviously going to be spent in 2027. So, but her contract, even though it's representative as it's 1 park this year, she's actually juggling the parks that were awarded last year as well, and also past parks, Friends groups from the other 18 sites that have been awarded.
All right, I appreciate that. Well, I mean, last week I heard, you know, I heard it more than once at this meeting that was held at the community center about how it was the city budget that we can't afford to have 2 parks. I mean, is that correct? Obviously, I see heads shaking, and
Well, Councilman,
I mean,
I wasn't present, so I
right,
don't know what those
right.
comments were, and I can't attest to
Right,
that.
okay, gotcha. So, I mean, here's how I look at it is this is less investment into the parks in the city of Akron. I mean, I want to see more invested in our parks. I'm not saying anything like, you know, Bridget and her crew does a bad job or anything, but, you know, I just have a problem with this contract when we have only $150,000 going into a park this year. But we're having the same amount for our contract. I mean, I think last year it was $305,000. I just looked through this contract and some of the, you know, the different allocations that I don't think we as a city really need to reach an agreement with. We could really invest this money back into our parks. So those are my concerns today. Like I said, I support investing into our parks, but you know, when I sit here and I heard it last week from a couple folks that were at this meeting, they were like, oh, why is there only 1 park going to be chose this year? And it was because of budget restraints and cutbacks. I just think this could have been modified and maybe possibly decreased so we can increase the allocation to the parks where folks from the neighborhood and the community could benefit from amenities. So that's where my concerns are. I don't know where the mayor was going with this, but I just think by eliminating 2 parks a year, I just think was the wrong thing to do. So thanks.
I just would appreciate the comments. I think it's important to point out here that the Parks Collaborative work really extends and amplifies the work of city staff and really takes on stuff that we don't have capacity to do. And that's to engage folks. There's 18 parks that are existing that have been supported by the Parks Collaborative. There's 4 that are currently under construction, and yes, just 1 that's going to be added to the queue this year. There's an you know, we feel that we get tremendous value from this contract. And that the work that Bridget's team is doing in connecting neighbors to the process of guiding investment and having a say in what those things look like, what those investments look like, and helping to marshal other sources of funding as well, and bring private dollars to the table. Those are tremendously important activities, and again, that's capacity that staff does not have to commit to that. So I feel like we're getting tremendous value for that contract. I would also say that we're also going to be working with Bridget's team here and across departments to generate a publicly informed framework for guiding investment in the parks, sort of a master plan framework for parks investment so that folks can understand how we make decisions, about new parks, about decommissioning parks, about taking parks that maybe have an active use and deciding that maybe they need to be more passive use and things like that. And so that's also part of the contract this year so that we can have a little bit more clarity and transparency moving forward.
If I could just add also, Madam Chair, members of council, the work that Akron Parks Collaborative does, the year-round community engagement and strategizing how we're going to move forward with our parks is an invaluable asset to the city of Akron. So we do value this relationship, but I duly noted we will take that back. We do feel as though that this is in alignment with the mayor's strategic vision. However, again, there's a lot of work that happens year-round that a lot of people don't see, and that's why we appreciate the relationship. So, but duly noted, thank you, and we will take it back.
Anyone else?
Once again, Madam Chair, consent is fine.
May I have a
Motion for consent.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? With that, we're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next committee meeting today is the Public Service, Public Utilities, and Green Committee. Those committee members are Kamer, McKittrick, Wilson, Bolden, and Lombardo. We do have a quorum if you're ready to begin. Oh, looks like we have all members present except for Councilman Bolden. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to call the public service meeting to order. All members are present except for Councilman Bolden. We do have minutes to approve if we can approve those minutes.
Motion to approve the
Second.
previous minutes.
All in favor of the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, thank you. Sarah, I'm going to go ahead and have you read these in, if that's okay, please. I appreciate you.
The first item in new legislation for this committee is item number 7. It's an ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Service or his designee to enter into a contract or contracts after publicly advertising for bids and/or obtaining quotes as appropriate for the purchase and installation of speed tables, solar signs, raised crosswalks, and other traffic calming interventions and declaring an emergency.
Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that. And we do have our service director with us today, Chris Luddle. Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of committee. Yes, this legislation is our annual, what we call traffic calming legislation. This will help us continue our goal to reduce speeding through the neighborhoods. With this legislation this year, we're proposing 2 to 4 of the rubber speed tables as we piloted a few years ago, but these 2 to 4 we're going to be installing this year. We're going to leave them up through winter. Now, we did have one up this year that did get damaged on Triplet, and we got that fixed right away, but this, I would say this winter was extraordinary, to say the least. So other things that we'll be doing is we have 40 of the solar signs, 80 locations in total on streets. We possibly will relocate some of those, some we will leave. We are going to purchase 40 more of those, and we'll be adding those to about 20 more streets. We also this year, we're going to continue our pilot with raised crosswalks. As you know, we have one by the community center at Patterson. And then we bid this year in our resurfacing program, which hopefully will start in about 6 weeks. 13 additional asphalt permanent speed tables. We did put a few out this year. The first one we did was on Maple by the fire station. Michelle is sitting behind me. I think she's reached out to every one of you about getting together on some of these locations. And I would encourage you to get back to her. I know some of you have already communicated with her, to get back with her to look at some of these locations. We are still looking at We did a couple streets in this past couple years, like Archwood, where it was 35, 25, and we reduced the speed back to 25 through that corridor. We have done, I believe we did Diagonal, and we did, I can't remember the other street. So that seems to be working. Those are just some of the highlights. We did have a presentation we went through, I think, last month, I think it was, at your committee. But if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them, or Michelle can jump in here.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. Any questions for committee members? I see Councilman McKittrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Luddle. And yes, Michelle got a hold of me, and I did get back to her. I appreciate her correspondence, all good with the locations that we're looking at. And just want to give some feedback about the ones on Hillbush, the permanent. Not one complaint whatsoever. Many comments, positive comments from the residents who live there, and especially the folks who live on Cherrywood trying to pull out of there because of this previous speed. And I've noticed the same myself because I travel that road a lot, and the speed has abundantly dropped after putting those in there. So just thanks so much.
You're welcome. Not that you speed.
I'm sorry?
I said not that you speed.
Never.
Thank you, Councilman. Anyone else from the committee? Councilman Bolden.
Thank you. Sorry, I was running kind of late here trying to get something done. An email to someone for work for council here. Appreciate Michelle and all the work she's done on this. I know we've been in contact a couple times. You guys have been great. Sat down and talked with me early on, end of the year last year, about what we're doing. I sent my requests/changes wish list to Michelle yesterday, I believe, and I'm sure we'll be talking about those.
Her and I spoke this morning, so she'll be getting with you.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Again, I appreciate this, and I know we talked about doing some things out on Castle, and I've got to get back with APD to get out there and get some, now that it's warming up and people are flying by again, we can get some radar out there. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I do got a question since he just said that people are flying. We're moving forward. I want to thank Michelle too for her hard work and all the documentation and everything she does. I mean, you know, we're not hiring no consultant or nothing. We're doing it right
Excellent
here.
follow-up she does.
So yeah, she's doing great. Thank you. We are rolling this out though soon. It's not like
the permanent speed tables will be rolled into the resurfacing program. So like I said, we're going through the assessment process. We'll give the notice to proceed to the contractors. So you're, you won't see any of those going down till they start resurfacing, okay?
Right, okay.
But the other stuff, we're ordering the signs. We have obviously we have the temporary tables in stock. I believe we have to order the hardware yet. Is that true? We have to order the hardware because those temporary ones take about 300 bolts. So we will be getting those on order as soon as we pass this. And yeah, the program will be rolling out. Our goal is to get these things or get some of this implemented before the kids get out of school if we can. You know what I mean? Once they get out of school, and they're out in the neighborhoods playing, we want traffic hopefully to take.
That's great.
Yeah,
No,
that's
perfect.
our goal.
Yep. No, that's perfect. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm a huge advocate for this, and I appreciate it because, we get those phone calls right about now. Council Member Fran Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I know I look forward to the conversation, and I join in the praise of the team and the work done here. I just wondered, and I'll probably follow up about this again, but the height of the permanent tables. I know, in Maple Street, we've been having conversations about, is it too low, or can we add another feature or divot or something to make it a little bit more aggressive? So I just wanted to ask about that.
Yeah, so we're looking at that. I could tell you the raised crosswalk on Patterson, and I think it has to do with more of the speed, but we're looking at it. But we've had a few people say as they're traveling south, not north, there's been some where you could see some scrape marks. Okay, so I don't know if that's the rear end portion, the lowest part of the car. Every car's a little bit different, so we're looking at, because we can't make it too high where we cause damage to a car, okay? So it doesn't happen all the time, but our superintendent of motor equipment lives right across the street from the park, and he says he's heard a few scrape marks, but that car's going excessive of 25 too, okay? So we have to be careful on what we do out there.
Good question, thanks. All right, anyone else? With that, Chris, I'm going to ask the committee for suspension of the rules on this one. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Motion for suspension of the rules with a favorable report.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for suspension of the rules. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, thank you. Moving on to the next piece, Sarah.
Item number 8 is an ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Service or his designee to enter into a contract or contracts after publicly advertising for bids, requesting and receiving requests for proposals, requesting and receiving quotes, and/or self-performing work for the replacement of exterior lighting in various city-owned parks and declaring an emergency.
Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of committee. This legislation will allow us to finish replacing outdoor lights that we own, okay? So we started this a few years ago, or maybe even before a few years ago, where our own staff, our own electricians, were going in and upgrading lights at parking lots at community centers, like I said, the parks we own. So basically, they will go in and they will remove the head. We've got adaptable fixtures to the heads. We're not changing poles, and they're installing LED. So this year, like I said, we're getting close to the end of upgrading all our outdoor lights. So this year, we are going to do Ohio Erie Canal Park. You know where that's at, down off the trail, just south of Barges. Reservoir walkway lights, Firestone Park walkway lights, Perkins Pool walkway lights, and I think maybe Mr. Fusco is the only one who can answer this question, but George M. Long Park. Yes, it's in Goodyear Heights. It's northeast of Reservoir. It's a little park. It's surrounded by homes. There is no real parking lot, but we do have lights there for at night, dusk to dawn, and we'll be upgrading that one. So it's a nice little park surrounded by houses.
Thank you. Is that the park that they usually do like the veterans thing, or is that a different park?
No, that's Malaysia.
That's not on Malaysia,
okay.
off of Goodyear, yeah.
Huh. Interesting. All right, thanks. Any questions or comments from committee members? All right, anybody else with us today? No? Is consent okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Committee?
Motion for consent.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for consent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, thank you. Next piece, Sarah.
Item number 9 is an ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Service or his designee to enter into a contract or contracts after publicly advertising for bids, requesting and receiving requests for proposals, requesting and receiving quotes, and/or self-performing work for the rehabilitation of garages at the Akron Municipal Service Center and declaring an emergency.
Thank you, Sarah. Back to you, Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Yes, out at our street cleaning and our sanitation garages, which recently we upgraded with sprinkler systems. They were never sprinkled. So I want to thank, council approving that a couple years ago. But now, the age of both of these garages, there's 7 garage doors for these. We want to upgrade all the new garage doors. We have infrequent breakdowns with these garage doors and openers. Replace some of the steel around the garage doors for supports. And one thing that we really we need to do is upgrade the insulation in the ceiling and the walls of these garages. We obviously heat these garages and to make them more energy efficient. So this legislation and then we're doing some minor beam repair, and the outside siding, there's some parts that we're not replacing all the siding, but we're spot replacing the bad portions of siding to upgrade these to extend the life of both these garages.
Thank you, appreciate that. Committee members, any questions or comments for Mr. Little? Seeing none, anyone else with us today? Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Councilmember Fran Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question because I'm new here. Is the Akron Municipal Center, that's the triplet
Yes.
complex, right? Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, good question. Okay. Is consent okay? Consent or committee?
Motion for consent?
Second.
All in favor of consent, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, thank you. We'll put that on the consent agenda. Sarah, next piece, please.
Item number 10 is an ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Service or his designee to enter into a contract or contracts after publicly advertising for bids, requesting and receiving requests for proposals, requesting and receiving quotes, and/or self-performing work for maintenance and improvements at the Akron Municipal Service Center and declaring an emergency.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Little.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of committee. We started a program a few years ago, an asset management program, to identify. We started looking at our buildings, and previous to doing that, we would bring you, oh, this air conditioner failed. It's 90 degrees out in the summer, and which still could happen. But we want to get away from the emergency work and be more proactive. So part of that asset management identified out of the municipal service center is there's a couple HVAC units that are end of their life, and we'd like to get those bid this spring and get them replaced. Also, we are going to add some more door strikes for our employees that have cards to in and out of the building to eliminate the keys. And we have some miscellaneous lights on the outside of the building that need to be upgraded to LED. And then the other thing we'll be doing is just our regular maintenance of fencing and our gates out there at the Municipal Service Center.
All right, thank you. Committee members, any questions or comments in regards to this? All right, anybody else with us today? Anyone else? Okay, consent okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, committee?
Motion for consent.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for consent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, thank you. We'll put that on the consent agenda. Next piece, Sarah.
Item number 11 is an ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Service or his designee to enter into a contract or contracts after publicly advertising for bids, requesting and receiving requests for proposals, requesting and receiving quotes, and/or self-performing work for maintenance and improvements at the Mustel store and house and declaring an emergency.
Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that. Chris?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of committee. I think everyone knows we own the Mustel store, and then the Canal Lock Association runs it. They program it, but we also we're responsible for the capital improvements. So this year's funding that we have allocated, what we're going to do is we are going to, with our own in-house staff, rebuild the rotten wooden sign over the porch that's has some real damage to it, weathered. We're going to replace the damaged wood siding on the house and on the store. And then we are going to contract out painting the exterior of the store and the house. And there is some minor tuck pointing that needs done on the brickwork or the chimneys of the structure.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate that. Committee members, any questions or comments for Mr. Luddle? All right, anyone else with us today? I see Council Member Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is in my ward. I'm very excited about it. I know the Cascade Parks folks are really excited about it as well. The city owns the house next door, which has the tenant who leases and lives there, correct?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. And then if I could add my name to this, that would be great. Thank you.
Sarah, you got that? Thank you, I appreciate that. Anyone? All right, is consent okay? Okay, committee?
Motion for consent?
Second.
All in favor of consent, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, thank you. We'll put that on the consent agenda. We have one final piece.
Item number 12 is an ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Service or his designee to enter into an agreement or agreements after publicly advertising for bids and/or utilizing State of Ohio cooperative purchasing and/or consortiums for the lease, purchase, and/or refurbishment of various vehicles and equipment and declaring an emergency.
Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that. Back to you, Mr. Luddle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of committee. Yes, this legislation is for our annual equipment replacement program. This legislation will allow us to, after we spec the equipment that we're looking for, put it out to bid. There are times that we use the state cooperative purchasing, which means it goes through a state bid process, and any government agency they don't have to bid that dump truck is X, it meets our spec and it's the price, and then we can buy it off of there. We could buy it from that dealer using that prices. So we tried to upgrade our rolling stock, which the budget has been a little tough in the last so many years, but we are getting better. I could tell you, I don't know specifically on the equipment that fire is looking for, but or police, but I think fire's capital outlay is about 850 of this through IT. They are doing 400 for EMS and other safety equipment. And then out of capital, fire EMS is about 400. So police's replacement budget is 1.2, and then water capital fund is about 374. So I can give you some highlights of what we're purchasing real quick. We are buying 7 new 5-ton dump trucks that will be outfitted for snow and ice. We're buying a new 40-foot bucket truck that we can use either in parks or in traffic engineering. A couple forklifts. We use one out at the motor equipment almost every day, and then we will put one down at Lock 3 for the summer because they use theirs about every day. Crash attenuators. Those are used up on the expressway when we have any type of accident or we're doing any kind of work. We had it out there the other day. Route 8, unfortunately, was flooded right by our North Corp line, so we had it out there protecting our guys and gals. And we are going to start looking to help, especially fire, when they're up there on an accident. We can roll out our attenuator and back them up also. So some of the other things, we're going to buy 2 new message boards. We lost one recently at 1431 in the fire on South Main. So we're buying 2 of those. A new grapple truck, which will help us in parks for tree removal. A new mason truck. We're getting six new street sweepers. We are buying 4 enclosed trailers. Those are mostly used in parks. We are buying 4 billy goat leaf blowers. I don't know if any of you saw them out there this year, but it's actually a stand-behind blower that our guys and gals use. They're like a zero churn, and I'll tell you, they do the work of about 3 employees with backpack blowers. I mean, they really do a heck of a job. So we're trying to work smarter, not harder, if you know what I mean. We're going to get some Chevy pickups, 10 of them this year to replace some of our old stock. Those will all have plows. So in the winter, when we're doing driveway approaches for all our customers, residents that are on, on the waiver program, we'll go and backtrack their driveway. We are buying 10 new zero-turn mowers for all our parks maintenance staff. In water, they're getting a couple new 10-ton dump trucks. Obviously, it's been a rough year for them. They're getting a new shop utility van. They are buying a track loader with attachments that's kept up at the water plant, but we use that track loader on big projects when we're doing some of these big improvements, whether it's in public works or in water. So down at the wastewater plant, they're getting 3 new utility vans for their service workers. They're getting 3 new pickups for their service workers, and they're buying 1 building and grounds utility vehicle. Some people call it a mule, but when you have like 35 acres down there, instead of driving a truck all the way around, you have this utility vehicle that you perform maintenance with. So that's kind of the highlights of our equipment this year. It'll be trickling in slow. But that's what this legislation is for.
That's pretty good. That's a good highlight. I can see you're excited.
When you get new equipment, it helps our motor equipment guys.
Yeah,
guys
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Committee members, any questions? Mr. Lombardo.
That's what I was just going to say. I mean, it seems like Christmas here, but no, you have to have the right tools to do the job. So, I'm thankful that, we could do this. And I'm sure all the men and women are appreciative of all that. So, keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Council Member Wilson.
Thank you. I just had maybe 2-part question. The equipment for the neighborhood department, neighborhood assistance department at 320. What are those? Are those encapsulated in what you just shared?
They're in with Public Works. I think they're getting a new not a dump truck. I don't know if it's a 1-ton utility truck.
Okay.
That's mostly for them doing cleanups, or it's also used by the employee that does the demo program. So, he or she is out there. Sometimes they have to shut the water off if it's not off. So they're trained to be able to do those things on a demo. So if we're tearing down a residential property, they have stuff on the truck to be able to help.
Okay. My follow-up with that short one is that, what source is that? Is that operating budget?
I believe it just comes out of, I think that's out of our capital improvement.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it wasn't specifically listed.
Yeah, I don't
on
think
there,
it's
so-
operating.
Okay, understood. And then my second question is the $400K from income tax for police equipment replacement. Could you share a little bit more about that? I know we've had some discussions here and in the public about the.
I don't have the list for police, what they're buying, but we can get it for you.
Okay, yeah.
We can get it to Sarah, and she could share it with everybody.
Yeah, if it's in the capital replacement line item, I think there was some concern and, some feedback from the public about the long gun program, so I just wanted to.
Yeah, I can't answer that question.
All right, thank you. If you could get us that list, that'd be excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Anyone else with us today? All right. Chris, I'm going to ask the committee for suspension of the rules on this one.
Okay. Thank you.
Committee?
Yep, I'll make a motion to suspend the rules with a favorable report.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for suspension of the rules. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, we're going to suspend.
Sorry,
the rules.
nay.
Oh,
So just because I would like to see the list, just so you understand.
Oh.
Thank you.
okay. And you're able to get that list? Okay. Let's do a roll call since we do have one. Nay.
Sure. Kamer,
Aye.
McKittrick,
Aye.
Wilson,
Nay.
Bolden,
Aye.
and Lombardo.
Aye.
The motion passes 4-1.
I appreciate that. And then, yeah, please try your best to get that. All right. Okay. Thank you. Nothing else. We are adjourned.
We'll get started with the Public Safety Committee in just a moment. Thank you. Okay, we're ready to begin the Public Safety Committee. Those committee members are McKittrick, Kamer, Lombardo, Hannah, and Garrett. We do have all committee members present whenever you're ready, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Clerk Viviano. I'd like to call public safety to order, and we have previous minutes to approve. If I could get a motion and a second.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, thank you. We have one piece on the general piece, and it will continue to ask for time on that. We have a resolution before us today. The resolution is in which City Council and the administration commit to working together to establish pre-activation look-back requirement for all body-worn cameras utilized by officers of the Akron Police Department and declaring an emergency. I see we have Craig Morgan here today with us, our Public Safety Chair, and the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it's nice to be in front of everybody in my new capacity as the Chief of Public Safety for the first time. The resolution before us, I want to thank Mr. Dyer. Him and I had a lot of conversation Friday throughout the day, and it's the purpose here is to examine whether or not our buffering mode for our body-worn camera, the look-back period, once the camera's been activated, should that be, or can we incorporate that look-back period as legislation? Different departments do different things. Many departments do it. Ours speaks to it in a procedure currently. Many departments do that, but also some departments use legislation as well. So that's the purpose of it. And with that, I'm certainly happy to take any questions.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to go a little bit out of order here rather than committee members, because I see President Somerville has her hand up, and she's one of the ones listed on this resolution. Go ahead, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that myself and Councilman Garrett and Councilwoman Davis, we did host some community conversations in wards 3, 4, and 5, just around policing. And this was one of the topics that we talked about was the look back period. And I do want to thank Deputy Chief Miller, who was there along with many other police officers, really talking about what the look back period is. Body cameras do have the ability to store anywhere from 30 seconds, I do believe, to like 120 seconds before the camera is actually turned on. And again, this is just urging the administration to look at implementing this. I think 30 seconds is most common. Our public safety director can kind of speak to that. But the function, I think, is really important because it does ensure that that initial contact, which is often sometimes very chaotic, and that everything is captured, providing a full context of things that might be missed, being able to go back on that body camera. I think as a city, we have invested a lot of money into body worn cameras, and I think we should always be looking at how we can look to expand that technology, how we can make improvements upon the technology that's already in place. And I do believe that the look back period is a real easy starting space to do that. Again, it's going to help us move in the direction of developing more public trust, right? Providing more transparency, providing more accountability. And this look back period benefits our police officers, and it also benefits our residents here in Akron. So again, we're excited to be working with the mayor on looking at how we can implement a mandatory look back period on our body worn cameras. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Councilman Garrett.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I echo Madam President comments. We had an opportunity to host those town hall meetings in 3, 4, and 5, and overwhelmingly, the concern was the look back. Upon doing some research, we noticed that Columbus has a 2-minute look back where it's audio and visual for 2 minutes. In addition to that, we know that Cleveland has a minute look back for audio and visual. I think this is important that we consider. Not only does it work as to exonerate any officer who may be wrongly accused of something, but it also extends to our constituents to corroborate a story that they may have or a concern that they may have. I think these things are so important for our community to move it forward. Overall, our goal is to exceed. I know I mentioned Cleveland and Columbus, but as a city who's looking to lead, hence our name on our shield with the 25 All-American Cities for 2025, our city is designed to lead, not to follow. So in the case that there is a 5-minute look back period, I think it's an opportunity for us to be leaders and not followers in this particular space. There was an article, Chair, that talked about the accreditation that was ran last week in the Akron Beacon Journal, and it talked about different police departments that were accredited. And I would hope that the Akron Police Department would work on becoming accredited as well. There's 32 different standards that they would have to reach. And I just wanted to make sure that during that conversation, we understand that once those 32 standards are being asked, it's not an opportunity for individuals to feel like it's an attack on the police department at all. It's just an opportunity for them to reach a higher standard to make our community safer, better, more transparent, and just to bring about a better outcome for our community. So I appreciate the mayor jumping on, being a part of this. I think it's really important that we listen to our constituents in 3, 4, and 5. We have an opportunity to go out in Ward 6, 7, 8, and 9 as well to talk to them about similar things. One of the things we looked at here recently was the 288 use of force cases that were done in 2025. A large part of them was out in Ward 7, where I'll be going to do a town hall meeting to talk to a lot of those individuals. So this is just something to make us safer and make us better. So I thank you for the time, Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any questions from any, or comments from any other committee members? Councilman Lombardo.
Thank you. Just get a better understanding. So when police officers are, going to whatever situation, are we talking about, once they turn it on, well, it goes 30 seconds prior?
Yeah.
And are we talking that we need it to go further back than that, or what's going to happen, or what?
Yeah, so the devices all have what's called a buffering mode, which means the device is constantly recording 30 seconds, and erasing it 30 seconds, and erasing it 30 seconds, and erasing it. And so once the officer clicks it to activate it, it captures that 30 seconds prior to the clicking of the button to activate it. That's what's traditionally called the look-back period. And as the councilman said, there's a lot of different, yes, the industry standard, Axon is our provider. Axon is the biggest provider throughout the country. Their industry standard is 30 seconds, but there are different departments that use different look-back periods. So yes, but that's what it's referring to. It's called buffering mode often, but it captures 30 seconds prior to the activation of the camera.
And what do we want? 2 minutes?
I think that's part of what the conversation here is. The conversation is, we want to make sure it's right size for our department. As I said, the vast majority is 30 seconds. There are other examples throughout the state. I believe Dayton uses 1 minute. A lot of cities, Youngstown, Toledo, Cincinnati, I think they all use 30. Columbus does use 2 minutes. Columbus is a much different animal than the city of Akron. They've got, a lot more vast resources. Because there is an expense component to it. That's part of the conversation. Body-worn camera, the expense is a lot like an iceberg, right? The part on top that you see at the front, the investment in the actual cameras and the docking stations, that's upfront cost, and that tends to be fairly manageable. The large part that you don't see that comes in from behind, it's the storage.
Right.
It's the storage, it's the retention and the redaction. So I mean, we just have to, that's what I think part of the process is here, is we just want to develop, a legislation that right sizes that look back to period for our department.
Because that's what I was going to get into. What's this going to cost us for storage?
I think that's part of the conversation, Councilman. It is. I mean, we definitely got to talk about it to make sure that it's appropriate. Again, for our department, but also for what do we want to do? What message do we want to send? And there's nothing wrong. This is a department that really does lead from the front, and so it's a question of what we do moving forward.
And the last question is, do you know of any situations where somebody is saying, like, if we only had it back further, like whatever they're investigating on?
I could give you a lot of examples from my old life. I mean, look, prosecutors would probably tell you sometimes a little bit of extra time would have helped, because, as we all appreciate, sometimes in law enforcement, the situation can be incredibly dynamic, and something is happening by the time somebody's hitting that button. So certainly from a prosecutor's perspective, sometimes a little bit more time would be great. But again, we just want to make sure it fits with our department.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Amobian, if there's no other committee members. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm just curious with this look back, because I know many times we have the problem with officers turning them on. What do you have a range of the expense that it would cost us, or what is the main reason for not wanting to look back as far as you can with regard to the officers not turning on their cameras?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question, Councilwoman, and that's where the details are going to matter here. So I look at two categories, redaction and retention, right? Redactions. Currently, we have tens of thousands of criminal cases, numerous public records requests for body-worn camera. Those videos have to be redacted. Certain things have to be redacted. Sometimes it's somebody's face, like the victim of a crime. Sometimes it's protected health information. Sometimes it's personal identifying information, like a social security number on a screen. The problem with redaction is the applications just do not do the job. So in other words, for any incident, for tens of thousands of incidents a year, our detectives that staff the body-worn camera unit, they have to watch. If the video is, we'll just say 1 hour, right? If the video is 1 hour, they have to watch that whole hour to see if the redactions were done correctly, and often they're not, which means the detective then has to go in and manually fix the ones that the applications missed. So and then of course, that's if you're fortunate that if it's just a one officer responding to an incident. If it's two officers responding to the same incident, now it's 2 hours. If it's three, now it's 3 hours. The same redaction process. And so if you think about it, adding an extra 30 seconds, adding an extra minute, adding an extra minute and a half, it doesn't sound like a lot. When you extrapolate that time out of tens of thousands of cases that they're going to have to do, that's suddenly a huge chunk of work hours and you're looking at potential overtime, right? So there's definitely a cost on the redactions. The one that really gets you is the retention. Our agreement with Akron is going to be up either next year or the year after. The price always goes up for unlimited storage, and so that's going to be part of the conversation. Are we going to be able to stick with an unlimited storage plan, or can we right-size our storage plan for what our storage needs are? The problem with BWC is, if you think about it, there's a lot of minor incidences that fall off pretty quick. A minor traffic offense that somebody gets a red light violation, that's going to be able to be deleted, once the case is removed, But when you think about the gravity of some of the serious offenses that we deal with, those matters have to stay in the system a lot longer, if not indefinitely, and then you get a compounding effect from each year. And so, again, that's probably the juggernaut that drives the conversation when it comes to cost. It's the long-term storage.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any kind of historical data that you can provide to council in terms of how many requests do people make in general for this information? And I know you said that different scenarios or different issues have to be stored for longer. What's the longest period of time are you required by law to retain these camera documents?
Certainly the most serious offenses that we deal with, such as a homicide or a sexual assault, those are going to be stored indefinitely. To your first point, yes, we should be able to get you some data because, one, our law department processes all those public records requests every year, so we'll certainly be able to help you out with that. But two, then you also, the other data set is the criminal cases and the traffic cases, in Akron Municipal Court. It doesn't sound like a lot to have to redact, one video for a minor misdemeanor bench trial for a stop sign violation. But when you think about the fact that we have 17,000, traffic cases filed a year, you see where it's the volume that crushes you. It's not necessarily the amount per case.
But if you're talking about those simple traffic violations, those cases drop off and you free up more storage space for more serious.
Those absolutely do, yeah. We do have a retention schedule. Some things drop off within, I'll say, 30 days. Some things 2 years. You get where I'm going.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Councilman Bolden.
Thank you. A couple questions here. The look-back period, will that then become public record?
Oh, yeah, certainly. So all body-worn camera video is ultimately a public record.
Right.
Some of you already know, a lot of people, even if we don't necessarily have a case or not, there's a lot of people that aren't necessarily attached to it you know, I'm not being critical. It's just people that operate YouTube channels or, you know, some sort of like, they actually, that's a big portion of the public records requests that we have to fill. So they'll request video, and in those circumstances, that's the video that has to be redacted.
So currently, there's a 30-second look back, you said now?
That's
available?
correct.
Do we make that is available to anybody on any?
Yes, whatever the complete video is, that's what we make available.
And we do not charge for that, correct?
Currently, no.
Okay, so the YouTube people that are making money off it by the clicks that they watch, we're not charging them anything to take this video. Interesting. Okay. Other one's a procedural question. Yes. Sure.
Just to be clear, so the state law changed recently to allow us to charge for body-worn camera. One of the things that our law department has been working on is trying to create a policy. What we would like to do, it's very important that, BWC was created to create transparency, and so we don't want the average resident to have a burden of financial cost to accepting this. At the same time, we do get these bulk requests from folks who then upload to YouTube and they're making money off of, the views that they're getting on YouTube. In a perfect world, we would like to have a policy that charges for that second group, but not the first group. And so the law department's been working on that. It's something we continue to work on.
Appreciate that. And the other one, thank you very much, Mayor, is kind of a policy question, a procedural question. Maybe I look at things a little differently, and if I want something done and I want to start a conversation with the mayor's office, or I want to do that, I would go down and talk to him and say, let's have a conversation. Are we going to have to start putting resolutions anytime we want something to start a conversation? I mean, I'm big, if there's legislation that we need to do, I get it, but resolutions to me just to say, hey, we need to talk, can't we just talk? Honestly, I don't get it, but that's just me. I don't know, that just adds more things we need to do every week, and I guess it's me. I get a little frustrated sometimes with resolutions, and a resolution to talk seems frivolous, even though it's an important issue. I get it, but it seems frivolous.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilperson Wilson.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for sharing this. I've been to the town halls that they've been having, definitely taking notes and listening a lot. I think it looks like this legislation is just about the department having a conversation, establishing a look-back period, and talking to us. So I don't have any personal problems with that. Like looking at akroncops.org and going through different policies, it seems like the use of force policy is really the only one that maybe mentions BWCs. We don't have any other internal policies regarding BWCs, do we, that maybe aren't posted on the website?
Under the technical and equipment category, there's the lengthy, it's not labeled BWC. I think it's mobile recording device, but it's actually pretty robust. We brought it initially in 16, 17 when we started the program. There's been some amendments with new technology.
Maybe, if I may, maybe relabeling that and making that a little bit more accessible, but thank you for clarifying that for me. So, yeah, I just wanted to say, I think, this is a simple resolution about having a conversation. So, and I don't think there's any commitments here about certain timings or anything, but thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilperson. Anybody else that hasn't spoken yet before I go back to Madam President and then Councilman Garrett? Madam President.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure that the record is very clear. Akron City Council, in our very own rules that we have created and voted upon, make it very clear that we cannot have conversations in the horseshoe unless we are talking about legislation or a resolution. So that is why this is before you, so that we can have this conversation and that we can urge the administration to begin to look at best practices when it comes to a look back period on body worn cameras. So in order for us to have a conversation as a body, it must be done through legislation or a resolution. And that's why we're having this conversation on today. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Somebody hasn't spoken yet, Mr. Fusco?
Thanks. I'd like to look at that. I think we could have conversations, and I think we do in this building quite often. I think what's happened here is that the resolution, and I understand, it's always good to, bring in a resolution with your intent, and that's the way we speak. It seems as though we've been heavy on resolutions and light on ordinances of late. But we could talk that through, and maybe we should think about that. Think about, do we want to be a legislative or an ordinance? Resolution heavy or ordinance heavy? You can stand up and pass all kinds of resolutions. And my question is on this piece here, is it, and I understand it sounded like Cleveland voted on it, but is this an administrative or legislative function? Is this something that the mayor can do unilaterally without council input? Question.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
just a question. Okay, that's all. That's cool. I'm just, and I appreciate the fact, I really do, that you had these meetings, and I apologize I wasn't able to attend these, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Was these meetings recorded? Because it sounds like that was a big piece of this resolution, that there's these meetings and you gathered input, which is great, which is awesome. Were they recorded so we could look at them?
The meetings were not recorded.
Thanks.
Councilperson Wilson.
I just wanted to, the recording is a good note because they're actually recorded by Signal Akron. They sent some documenters at all three of them, and I think there's 2 that are currently posted. There's maybe 1 in work. So if you go to documenters.org, I think it is, look up Akron, go to, I think it's the news tab, and then you could search for the public safety meetings, and everybody can listen to them. They're very helpful.
No, thank you. That's what we're looking for here. It's just, how was it presented, and that's what I'd like to find out, how it was presented to the group. Thanks.
Thanks for that information. Back to Mr. Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. As we look at the accreditation piece for our police department, it's a standard of 32 different procedures that they would have to go through to adhere to. And these are things that makes our police department so much better. Whether these conversations are being had through documentation requests or conversations in backdoor rooms, the 32 steps to get our department accredited is really important to make us better. This is just one step and a long list of steps that make our police department so much better. As we getting ready to push toward the budget piece, we have to take a look at the entire piece of this. I mean, when we talk about dollar amounts for parks with Mr. Kamer earlier today, we were worrying about the money we would have. The city is being hit with lawsuits as well that's costing us. And I think some of this would be able to push back on that and save our city so much money. One of the things, and I'm extremely critical of the FOP contract. But one of the things that I can say that gave me a good feeling is when you go over to Article 12, Section A. I'm sorry. Let's back up. Article 12, Section G, body-worn cameras. The city may assign up to 1 civilian for every bargaining unit detective in the body-worn camera unit. There's an opportunity there for us to have individuals to assist with that. And so I am grateful that the administration was able to insert that into this portion of this contract. That is one piece. But now we have to take a serious look at some of these things that are costing us as a city. I mean, we're being asked to cut here and there, but we have to take a look. One of the questions was asked, if there's a particular case, I think Mr. Lombardo mentioned, was there one particular situation? Well, if you just take a look at the Jasmine Tucker situation, those body cameras, if we had more time, that would have made a difference. And so there's countless others, but we just want to make our city better. And we're just hopeful that with the mayor's support and the council support as well, this is just an opportunity to, one, exonerate our officers if there's something that they didn't do and they were falsely accused. And the second thing is to make our city more transparent and safe. That's all we're asking. Columbus, 2 minutes. That's amazing. That takes care of a lot of issues. And when we take a look at the Exxon, I mean, we speculate that maybe it's going to cost X, Y, and Z. Perhaps we're able to get in there with the mayor's administration and team, and we're able to negotiate where it's very little, very minimal. And so we just must always take a look at the positive ways to make our police department so much better. So thank you, Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Lombardo.
Thank you. A couple points. I was just wondering if, we couldn't wait on this until like those perf reports come back that we've already invested in. And the second point is that I believe our police academy has already, received like a Star Academy, which means that they've been recognized for going, above standards. So I'm just, questioning, again, why this is coming in. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Councilman. Not seeing. Okay, real quick before we get to this, because I think that there's something that everybody's kind of missing here. We want to enhance something that we have already, but the thing is what we have already, I don't think is complete. I think the problem is we have fire investigators that are armed. They don't have body cameras. Do our plainclothes detectives wear body cameras? What other sworn personnel, are there some that don't have cameras? And my point is, before we try to fix something that's not completed, let's spend the money. We're talking about a $2 million cut for our police, for the budget for the police department, $2 million cut in savings for our fire department. I mean, I know that this storage, just like Mr. Morgan alluded to, as you increase storage, and we have a new contract coming up with Akron, I do believe it's next year, and they're going to look at how much storage we're using, and it's going to go up. So it's going to cost more money. Where is this money going to come from? And should we not add to, if these are important, everybody's saying how important these are, shouldn't everybody be afforded that protection? The fire investigators, the other sworn personnel that are armed, that don't have these cameras available. If that's the important part, before we move on to enhance this, let's get those for everybody before we start to spend money on enhancing and leaving other people without them unprotected. Is there, Councilperson Wilson?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, and I appreciate being able to comment, just to, not on the committee, but I think this resolution is made us all get a little tense, right? We'll have different obligations and perspectives of how public safety should work, but and I might disagree vehemently with a lot of the things that are said, and I think I agree with some of it as well. But I think, the resolution is really just having a conversation, and I think we can all be a part of maybe those conversations. That's what I see this going forward as, is there's obvious cost and logistical concerns. Your note about fire, I want to learn more about that. But I think just looking at the thing in front of me, I'm also thinking back to the dozens of body-worn camera contracts that pass through this council every single year without any hitch, right? And they vote 13-0, right? And in 2021, legislation sponsored by, Mr. Fusco and I think the mayor and Margot Somerville, our president, helped us get body-worn camera restrictions in there too. So I'm just reading this as a simple piece of legislation. I know we get a little tense about it sometimes because it is a very heavy subject, but I think, having conversations is where this legislation has started. This isn't how I would go about doing it, but I'm going to probably just support this however I can. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilperson. Just one moment, Mr. Mayor, with all due respect. I just feel that we should make sure before we start working on enhancing something, that everybody who should, maybe that should be the resolution, that we look at giving everybody the cameras that should have them before we do this. And then we can do that. It's kind of like we're almost putting the cart before the horse. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just wanted to add to what our Chief of Safety has shared. A couple of points I wanted to make. The first is that I think, extending the look back period in one form or another is something that this administration is planning to do, right? I think we owe it to everyone. We owe it to our department. We owe it to our community. We owe it to everyone to fully do all the due diligence associated with it. And as has been shared, there are some pieces that we need to fully understand why other communities have gone with different lengths of time, and assess the costs in terms of storage and other things. But I think some form of extension, I think we are in support of. I think we would like to do that, as a policy matter. I think that given that the BWC is in our charter, is in our code, that this should be something in which we have some consensus on that can be memorialized in our code, so that another administration comes in and it doesn't change, a third administration comes in, it doesn't change again, right? That this is something that people can rely on and is consistent over time. And so in that way, I think it is important that we have some consensus between the administration and the legislative branch on this as well. The other point I wanted to mention, I think Councilman McKittrick, the point about access to cameras is important. I think we have worked over the past 2 years to expand the access to our street narcotics unit. I think that we have added BWC for our APS resource officers. I think that conversations around expanding, even beyond that, are entirely appropriate, and I appreciate raising that. And this is in some ways reflective of the fact that they have that saying, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? There are so many different directions that a lot of these conversations can go in, and so sometimes I feel like, we're trying to say, okay, well, we'll take that idea over here, we'll fold it into this use of force review, because if we just, each time there's an idea, it's hard to move one thing forward before another thing comes up. We want to make progress on these things, and that's why I think, we are going to move forward on having conversations around BWC. So I think all of these ideas are welcome ideas, and I appreciate Councilman Bolden bringing up the charging as well. That's something that, we would like to, if we can, not leave the money on the table while also not, creating a burden for our residents. And Councilman Garrett mentioned also around accreditation. The department's in the process of hiring an accreditation manager in order to help spearhead that work, and also I think in the process of hiring folks in the BWC unit. So all of these are things that we're working on, we'll continue to work on. I think that it will be important that we have a piece of legislation, an ordinance that enacts some of these requirements into law once we've found some consensus on how we should move forward.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd go back to Council President Somerville and then Councilman Kamer.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Again, we are not asking for passage on today. We do want to give time to allow council members to get any of their questions or concerns answered. Again, we understand that implementing this look back period is an administrative function. Again, all we are trying to do is urge and ask the administration to do some research, right? And to look at best practices to see what is the best fit for our department, with the understanding that we do think that the look back period is important. It helps us move towards transparency and accountability. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to go back to Mr. Bolden first here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question. So, sounds like there have been some talks about this with the administration. So, let's say that this resolution doesn't pass, do those talks stop? I don't think so. I'm just wondering.
No, as I said, the administration is planning to move forward with extending the look back.
Thank you. That's all I wondered.
Councilman Kamer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for bringing up the, I don't want to go off topic too much, but thank you for bringing up the firefighter being armed and no body-worn cameras. That really kind of concerns me. I don't know if we have to bring in a resolution to have that discussion, but maybe you and I can co-sponsor it and bring it in next week. I'm okay with this resolution. I understand it's political. But it's all good because that's how some people have to work. With that, I'm not, ready to suspend the rules today on this, so we can continue the conversation. So I'll make the motion for consent agenda.
Motion for consent agenda. Is there a second on that?
Second.
We have a motion and a second for consent agenda. All in favor? Aye.
Nay. Nay.
Can I do a roll call on
Yes,
that, Mr.
please.
Chair? Thank you. McKittrick?
Aye.
Kamer?
Consent?
Correct. Lombardo?
Nay.
Hannah?
Aye.
And Garrett?
Aye.
The motion for consent agenda passes 4-1.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate everybody's comment and everybody's time, and I apologize to everybody who's waiting to discuss our budget. Thanks so much for your time today, and public safety will be adjourned. Thank you.
We'll start the Budget and Finance Committee in just a minute here. Those committee members are Lombardo, Amobian, Fusco, Boyes, and Bolden, and we'll get started in just a few minutes. Thanks. Okay, thanks for your patience, everyone. We're ready to begin the Budget and Finance Committee. Those committee members are Lombardo, Amobian, Fusco, Boyes, and Bolden. We do have all committee members present whenever you're ready, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Clerk Viviano. I'd like to call the Budget and Finance meeting to order, and with that, can we get an approval of last week's meeting minutes?
So moved.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Very good. All right, we have two pieces coming before us this afternoon, and the first one being a resolution adopting an annual operating budget for the fiscal year 2026 and declaring an emergency. And we do have our Director of Finance, Steve Fricker, here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is one of two pieces that we traditionally introduce with the budget. This is a resolution to adopt the 2026 budget. And we are asking for time on this.
Okay. Okay, very good. Do we have any comments from any committee members or other council members regarding time? We are going to talk about.
Yeah, so basically, let's do the two pieces, and then we are going to have the overview of the budget. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, motion for time. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Very good. Motion for time passes. Second piece would be the ordinance to make the annual appropriation for the current expenses, other expenditures, and the capital outlays of the City of Akron for the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2026, and declaring an emergency. Again,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Fricker.
Chairman. So this is the appropriation ordinance. This is the piece of legislation that defines the spending amounts for each department fund combination within the city. So each fund may have one or more departments that operate under that fund. We appropriate for each one of those. And then within those parameters, we divide the money into two buckets, one for labor and one for other. So the labor is obviously all of the wages and benefits that we spend on our employees, and the other is basically everything else, all of our supplier expenses, as well as any inter-fund expenses.
Very good. Okay. Councilman Fran Wilson.
Just a quick question. These will be shared digitally, my hope is?
They will be, correct. They will be digitally. We are going to, as we have done in the past, and I will turn this on right after this meeting, there will be a SharePoint directory that you all get an invitation to. So we will basically just have a shared document directory with all of these documents in it.
Thank you. On the same line, if I may, I think at one point maybe our council clerk staff had on the agenda website for the public to be able to also view these
So
documents.
Sarah typically will take all of those documents that we upload into that directory, and then they are also available with the legislation on the council website.
Thank you.
Okay. We do have a motion for time. Is there a second?
Second.
Yeah.
Second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good. Take time on that. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, I think the mayor is going to start things off.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of council. We are pleased to be here today to present our 2026 operating budget. I want to thank our audit and budget team for all of their work and folks across our city team for their hard work in preparing this. We're looking forward to the process of working through this with you over the coming weeks. This represents the first phase of a two-phase process this year and next year to try to right-size our operating expenditures. We've talked over the past year or so throughout our capital budget process, definitely obviously through our labor contract process. There have been a number of things that have created constraints on our city's budget over the last 5 years. ARPA created an excess amount of money that was able to allow us to do a lot of transformational things, but it also gave us some wiggle room that is not there, right? 75 positions in safety forces were funded by grants. Those grants are not there. We face those pressures. We also face the pressures of our labor costs going up. We are very proud of the city team that we have. We need to invest in our city team, across our safety forces, and across our entire team. But the reality is that we have large cost of living adjustments, even as we saw a down year in our income tax for the first year in 5 years last year, right? And so all of those create constraints, and I think what our challenge is how we reckon with them and how we address them. And so in this process, we are working to ensure that our operations remain as strong as possible, delivering for our residents, while also being sustainable with the constraints that we have and working within our budget, both now and in the years ahead. So this budget, as you can see, is almost $785 million. This is a reduction of almost $14 million from last year's adopted budget. The general fund is above last year's proposed amount, but it is below last year's actual spent amount of $228 million. We are hopeful this year that we will have positive growth in our income tax. It is not uncommon to have a down year. And so we think this is a conservative estimate, stable property and local tax growth, and then also, for the first time ever, $1.75 million in adult use adult use marijuana sales money that is now coming from the state government. As I mentioned, we're a team. All of us across the city organization of roughly 2,000 employees. We have to continue to invest in our team, but we also recognize that our staffing levels, we have to be very careful in controlling our staffing levels. As part of that, this budget reduces 35 full-time positions through attrition, which will save the city an estimated $3.5 million over the course of this year. As many of you know, at any given time, we have about 100 roles that are unfilled. At a given time, some of those roles go unfilled longer than others. Some of them, there are retention challenges. Some of them, there are attraction challenges. With that, we have a city personnel review committee that traditionally works to approve requisitions for positions and then approves the hiring. As part of this process, we're making a change where right now, we are going to do what we're calling mission-critical hiring. So typically, if the money is in the budget and a position, has been filled in the past, we will approve a requisition. Now we are going to take a closer look. We are really going to ask our department directors to really give us the business case for this role. And so this will help us control through attrition whether a role is needed, or in some cases it may be that a different role is needed, different skill sets or a different pay level. And then again, that's not to say that we're not going to invest. That's not going to say that we're not going to add positions in places. But it is to say that we have to be as disciplined as possible in terms of what our labor costs are going forward. And frankly, that will help us adjust to continuing to invest in the team that we do have. And this will not apply to our sworn positions in public safety. That really happens through a different process, through a whole class that comes in through police and fire. And so, this process will not apply to that. When it comes to personnel costs, this is 72% of our general fund. This year, we are working to maintain and preserve our staffing levels as high as we can while recognizing our budgetary challenges. The max budget this year for our police officers, 470 officers and 388 firefighters. As you know, we have 31 cadets that are currently in training in police. We're working on lateral transfers as well. We have 25 firefighters that are allocated for the third quarter of this year to start a new class in fire. We are also working hard to address our overtime spending. So as we all know, overtime in both safety forces have increased dramatically since 2020, from $2.1 million to $7.5 million in the fire department, from $2.2 million to $6 million last year in the police department. We're working, the causes in both departments are different. In some cases, they're the same. In some cases, they're different. Obviously, fire has dealt with the challenge of AMR leaving and inheriting that emergency response. But in any event, the overtime levels that we're seeing are unsustainable for our budgets. And again, ARPA and the Safety Forces grants kind of mask that in one way or another. I think now we really have to control these costs. So we are in the middle of a staffing study right now with the police department, which should be done within the next several months. We are in the process of starting one with the fire department upon a recommendation from our EMS advisory board. But we are going to work over the course of this year and in future years to really work to address the overtime costs that we have, and we look forward to getting into that in more detail next week in the budget hearings. We are also going to work to look at every single city contract, right? While contractors are helpful and can certainly be value add, wherever possible, we want to make sure that we can do the work starting with our own city team and do work with contractors where we really feel it's truly essential. And so where there are places to reduce contracts or to eliminate them entirely, that's something that we're going to be looking at. While our focus is going to be on reducing expenditures and tightening our belt as a city, we are also going to look at revenue where that's appropriate. So one area where it has been long overdue is that our traffic camera program within the school zones was turned off during COVID and has never been restarted. And part of this is due to the complexities of the state law have created a very complex kind of administrative regime in terms of how we do this with the municipal court. But we do know this is possible. And so over the course of the last few months, we've been working with looking at cities across Ohio, and we expect to have them turn back on. This is a priority, traffic calming is a priority, I know, with council, and it is with administration. I drive past the speed cameras on Market Street every day, and I'm thankful that folks generally abide by them, even if they're not writing tickets. But this is important, and not just for our revenue. It's important to do because it's the right thing to do for our children. We are also working on RFP. We've issued an RFP for parking management. We have both our parking decks, street parking, and service parking, primarily in downtown, but even broader. As part of that RFP, we're open to any ideas. So certainly our parking management, which is currently with ABM, we're looking at that to control costs. We have a subsidy that we provide to parking every single year, which is a not insignificant thing, especially to our finance director. But with that being said, we are also looking at potential sale of one or more decks, and especially as we look at the redevelopment of downtown and some of the opportunities that we see throughout downtown. We have several decks that we think there could be some possibility around sale of assets. And again, asset sale is not something that anyone wants to get into, but frankly, it was something that under the former administration, the long-term cell tower leases did provide substantial growth to the general fund reserves at a time where it was desperately needed. And so it is something that we are going to consider. We're also going to continue work with our businesses across the community. The strongest way to grow our revenue is by having a strong economy and by making sure that our businesses are doing well. We are very hopeful that we had a good January. I don't want to jinx us, but we are very hopeful that we'll have a strong year. Obviously, macroeconomic trends are challenges. We've seen just in the past 2 weeks, we've seen the price of gas go sky high. So we cannot control all of that, but we are working day and night to make sure that our businesses have what they need to succeed and to expand. Finally, before we get to a wonderful slide deck that our finance director has prepared, just want to note some areas in which we are making investments. And I want to be really clear, we don't want to look at this from a scarcity mindset and what can't we do. We want to say, look, there is great work being done, and we can't necessarily afford to invest in all of it, but we need to be able to continue to invest in our team. And so as people within all of our departments bring ideas, we want to be able to invest in transformational things for our city as we are able to. So within homelessness, we've seen for years the need has grown year after year, and yet historically we've only funded with federal funds. And so I think for the first time in my understanding, we're providing $250,000 of local funds. Specifically, we're going to try to use this to, and we're going to bring this forward in the coming months to council, but we're hoping to use this to support our emergency shelters. The emergency overnight shelter has been now far oversubscribed for the last 2 years, and we've seen churches step up and open temporary shelters. We want to create a really easy system for folks to be able to provide support to people when it is literally unsafe to be outside. And also, we created a short-term solution with our Parks and Rec, opening up Summit Lake and Mason CLC as a daytime warming center, really to help support during the hours the emergency shelter is not open. Really, as a long-term matter, our Parks and Rec is not set up to support that, and so we need to figure out how we're going to address that as well. We're going to expand our street team program. That pilot is being completed in June, and we'll be bringing legislation to you before June to expand that program. What we're hoping is that that will be $250,000 over the course of the rest of this year and more in 2027. So we'll bring a long-term contract to you, but we're really excited for the success of that program and the program evaluation that's been done and we'll be able to share with you. Youth Success Summit is something that this administration and council was able to support over the last 2 years using ARPA. With that funding, because of that funding, this organization pouring into our youth has been able to secure a $10 million grant from the Wallace Foundation in New York City. That's a result of the work that this council approved to invest in our youth. And so we are going to make a $500,000 investment in Youth Success Summit to allow them to continue. I think the return on investment that we've seen is really, frankly, amazing. Our unified early learning system, we've been able to marshal over $1 million from the support that the city has provided. Project Play is a program with the Aspen Institute that they've done in Oakland, California with Steph and Aisha Curry. They've done in Kansas City, Missouri. They've done all across the country where they look at what a community's needs are around sports and wellness. And so this is one step that will allow us to then go to national foundations and national funders and hopefully attract even more support and more funding to help make sure that our young people have the sports facilities that they need across our city. And then we've talked a lot about our use of force review. Obviously, the cost of that is not insignificant, but the implementation of it is even more important. We've all said that we don't want to have a report that sits and gathers dust on a shelf, and so as part of that, we've allocated $500,000 to implementation. So those are a couple of the things we wanted to share with you. There's even more things across this budget and across what we'll talk about over the next few weeks. I'm really looking forward to the dialogue and engaging around this. I think, this is one of the most important things we do every year. And I think, again, while none of us would like to be in a situation where we're forced to make tough decisions, I think, frankly, these are things that we are certainly up to the task of this, and I think we're going to be able to address. So with that, I'll turn it over to our esteemed Director of Finance, the Honorable Steve Fricker.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're going to go through the overview of the operating budget plan. Before we do that, however, I would like to introduce our audit and budget team. They are the people sitting here in the gallery, and and they're the people that basically did most of the work in sitting down with all our departments, asking them what their needs are, having a back and forth with them about the expenditures that are going to be funded in this budget. So I'm going to introduce them now. We have Zach Hewitt, Sam George, Tessa Selby, Liz Clow, our audit and budget manager, Teresa Klein, and our audit and budget supervisor, Lexi Hansen. So they're the ones that did the bulk of the work on this, and really also a last minute, this year we decided we did want to have printed documents. I think it just is a lot easier. I know council will appreciate that. They spent all morning kind of printing and sorting and getting all these bound for, so we got all those done this morning. So with that, We're going to present the slide deck. Mike and I both worked on this, and we really tried to include some new information. We had kind of had a very traditional set of documents that we presented in prior years with the operating budget plan. So we've tried to include some new and much more comprehensive information in this presentation. So first, and a lot of this are things that the mayor mentioned. This is really year one of kind of a 2-year effort in order to right-size our budget, with our revenues that we have coming in. So as the mayor mentioned, this is about a $14 million reduction from last year's budget. Part of that is just the nature of some of the funding we have. So obviously ARPA has kind of dwindled down to where we don't have much of that left, where that has been a large expenditure in our budgets in prior years. Our general fund, $226 million. Again, this is more than what our original budget was last year, but if you remember, when we presented the budget last year, we were still negotiating with all of the labor unions, and therefore did not have the final amounts of what those wage increases were when we presented the budget in March. So we ended up spending about $228 million. So this budget is coming in between what we budgeted last year and what we spent last year. And again, this is kind of year one. We will also be looking for cost savings next year when we present the 2027 budget. And this is just kind of a quick overview. So the revenue budget itself is up about 1.9% from last year. That is primarily due, a big driver of that is the sewer increase that we passed. So that is going to bring in some additional money. So the sewer fund balance will actually grow here for the next couple years. And that revenue increase was put in place primarily for the upcoming debt service that we will have on the north side interceptor tunnel. So that debt probably will not start until 2028. So the fund balance will grow here over the next couple years until that debt service comes online. As I mentioned, the expenditure budget down about 1.7% from last year, down about $14 million. The net effect of all of this is there will be a draw of approximately $10 million on our pool cash. So right now we're at about $260 million. That will go down to about $250 million. Okay, in terms of hiring, so the mayor kind of touched on this. At any given time, we typically have 85 to 100 vacancies, and we have a committee of city directors that review all of the personnel requisitions and make recommendations on whether or not to refill those positions as they become vacant. For the past couple of years, we've really been, budgeted positions that become vacant. We have filled the vast majority of those. So while this is not really a hiring freeze, this is something that we are going to give a little bit more scrutiny to those positions this year than we have in years past. And as the mayor mentioned, this budget has 35 full-time less positions than it did last year. So here's kind of a look at department by department and I have another slide next that'll kind of zero in on the changes. But last year we budgeted 2,017 full-time employees. Now this is just full-time employees. This year's budget funds 1,982 employees. Okay. A little bit about our labor costs. So this is kind of the breakdown of city labor costs. As you can see, obviously the bulk of it is just the base wages, but then there's also overtime costs. There is additional compensation, and those are some of the things that exist in our bargaining agreements, such as longevity pay, holiday payouts, license pay. Some of our employees, if they have certain certifications, earn extra money because of those certifications, uniform allowances, and then new this year is differential pay. So we have added differential pay both in the police department for those officers that work the night shift, as well as within the fire department for our firefighter medics that actually are on riding the medical units throughout the course of the day. So there's a $2.50 per hour differential for those firefighters that are doing EMS. At the top, there's some statistics on what the average city employee wage is. So the average city employee base wage, their 2,080 hour salary for the year, is about $77,717. The average total cost of the employee to the city is about $121,000. So when you add on the cost of benefits, which is $21,600 per person, as well as those additional compensation items and pension, that average goes up about $43,000 above what the base wage is. Okay, yeah, so, and maybe I'll cover it. I do have a slide about the self-insurance fund. Maybe I could talk about that then, but it's basically the chargeback. So we have a self-insurance fund that gets money mostly from the city. About 90% comes from the city, and then the employees kick in about 10% of that cost. So the city portion of that amounts to $21,600 per person, or $1,800 a month. Yeah, so that's what we charge back the departments for that. So the slide that I'm showing right now is showing the impact of the bargaining agreements that we entered into last year. So those were 3-year agreements. Now, obviously, this does not cover non-bargaining, and it does not cover ASME, because we are currently in negotiations with ASME for 2026 through 2028. So this budget, I will say, is including 2.5% wages for those employees, and that's just based on matching that to what non-bargaining has. So, but obviously, we are still negotiating with them. We had to pick a budget amount, so we made it the same as non-bargaining. It could be different than that based on the negotiations. But this is intended to show kind of the impact that the wages have. So they stack on top of one another in a 3-year agreement. So you see that the 2025, which was 5% for most of the bargaining agreements, that will obviously be there for all 3 years. Then you add on the 4.5% for year 2, and finally another 4.5% for year 3. So the net total of all of that is that these three years in labor will be an additional $42 million over what the 2024 wage levels were. Okay, so this is getting into the amounts that we are budgeting for our safety forces. As we mentioned, we're budgeting 455 police officers this year. That's an average count. So the max count will be 470. We are bringing on a class right now. We will also have some lateral hires in the middle of the year, as well as a class of 25 later in the year, probably in November. For fire, they are going to have a class of about 25 that starts in September. So we are budgeting 378 average firefighters whereas last year that average was 391. So I think that covers all of that, yes. And, right, so in the general fund, 72% of our costs are labor. For the entire budget, it's about a third of our costs are labor. We also are, as we talked about, we're looking at reductions in overtime. I'm going to show a slide in a minute that kind of shows what the overtime was pre-pandemic and what it has grown to over the past few years. So within fire, we are looking at the amount of overtime we hire on a daily basis when there are spots to fill. So prior to the pandemic, that was about 3 shifts a day. It really got up to where it was about 10 shifts a day in the past couple years. So we're returning back to kind of where it was pre-pandemic. That started 2 weeks ago. Each of those weeks saved about $45,000 in overtime. And the fire department, and they'll talk about this more when they're here, they've been able to arrange things so that the response times have not suffered. Similarly, in police, last year's overtime was about $6 million. We're looking to cut that back to about $4 million. And we are looking at staffing studies to figure out the best way to staff the department between full-time employees and overtime. This is a slide. It's a little out of place, but this kind of shows the net level of employee change by department. So you see that you do see the biggest amounts in police and fire, but there also are some cuts within water, which the water fund balance is something that we're monitoring. So we're trying to watch our labor costs there, as well as we've had some reductions in the housing and community services budget with the lead funding. This is something we will monitor. We have a number of vacant positions there. We've chosen only to refill a couple of those, but this is something we'll monitor, that as the lead grant kicks up, we may hire additional staff there, which would all be grant funded. Okay, here's a look at our police and fire overtime going back to 2017. So the bars that you see represent the amount of overtime in millions spent each year. So you can see with police, pre-pandemic, we were down in around the $3 million range. It did drop a little bit during the pandemic year, but then has been growing ever since then, going up to 3.7, and then finally climbing to $6 million last year. The line that you see kind of overlaying that graph is the actual full-time staffing that we had. So this is looking at what I did is I took the average number of firefighters per week, and then I averaged that for the year to come up with an average count for each year. So you can see we did hire a big class in 2020, and then did have a number of people leave in 21, but it's been gradually climbing since that, back up to where we were on an average basis over 460 police officers. So again, I think we're trying to right-size our overtime. So we picked an amount of $4 million, which is less than what we had been spending 5 or 6 years ago, more than what we had been spending 5 or 6 years ago, but less than what we've spent over the last couple years. Fire, I think that growth is a little more pronounced than it was in police, where you could see that we were spending less than $2 million pre-pandemic, and that has grown all the way up to about $8 million. And all along with that, we've added a number of firefighters. So yes, we did take on the additional responsibility for AMR, but we've also hired a number of additional firefighters as well. So we, just with the budget situation that we're looking at, These are two key areas that we looked at, was the overtime for safety staffing. And then finally, this is a quick look at our self-insurance fund. The city is self-insured, so basically we pay the medical claims of all our employees as they come in. We do have one form of insurance, it's called stop-loss insurance, and that is for once claims for an individual reach a certain amount, there is insurance that kicks in for that. And that is one of the areas that has seen a lot of growth in the year. So this year's premium went up about 16% for the stop-loss premium. On the right-hand side, that graph, you can see the increases in medical costs that we've had really over the past 5 years. So that cost has grown about $10 million over the last 5 years. This year, we do have some additional premium contributions that the employees will contribute based on the labor agreements that we entered into last year. So that should bring in about an additional $1 million a year.
So we're going to give Mr. Fricker a break here, and we're going to switch over to me for a few minutes. Going back to the mayor's message, we're going to take a minute to talk about some of the revenue initiatives that we are going into this year. First and foremost is the speed camera initiative in the school zones. As mentioned, it's been on pause since 2020, but we are looking at actively and aggressively reinstituting the program. Based on our rough estimates, we're expecting to bring in about $600,000 this year, with about $1.2 million annually thereafter. We talked extensively about the parking facility sale, third-party management. We're open to all ideas and offers. I want to point out that this is an active RFP that is on our website right now, our UNA Bonfire procurement portal. So we are taking, I believe it's through the end of the month, but that is something that is active. Form-based zoning code transition. So actively looking at what we can do with the form-based code and what may be possible in the future. And then additionally, we're going through all contracts citywide right now to see what we can bring in-house, what we can eliminate that is non-essential, and what will focus on addressing core city priorities. And then to summarize the message that the mayor was bringing about these initiatives, this is a holistic list of strategic investments that we are injecting $2.9 million into the community. I don't think I need to necessarily go through this again. Really want to highlight out, though, that we are taking this seriously and we want to invest the dollars where they matter most. So what does all of this mean at this point? So this is phase one. This is a 2-year initiative to right-size our operating expenditures, as the mayor has stated, through cost discipline, overtime savings, new revenue and revenue initiatives, and strategic investment. We believe that this is a solid path forward that will put us on good footing for the future. Now the fun stuff, how we actually budget. Hold on to your horses here. This is going to be an exciting few minutes as we get into the nitty-gritty of how we do this. Holistically, the budget ordinance in front of you budgets at 2 levels, wages and benefits, and then other as our primary budget appropriated categories. The document in the binder that's presented goes into much more detail than that. So we not only have wages and benefits, we have discretionary accounts, which are defined, and non-discretionary accounts. Thank you. We'll go over this again next week, too, as we go into budget hearings so everyone understands how the numbers tie back to the operating budget. Starting with our 61 and 62, these are our labor, wages, and benefit categories. Next slide. We only have a handful of discretionary account categories that we budget for internally. We will be discussing supplies, training, education, travel, and finally, equipment. And then a lot of the bulk other items that we'll be seeing is in our 80 series. And primarily, discussions will probably revolve around service contracts, and then going through rentals and leases, utilities, debt service, and insurance. Continuing it, we also have intergovernmental obligations, what we have to pay to other governmental entities, what we would consider capital equipment, construction, and property budgeting, interfund expenses. We do have charges that we to maintain some of the activities of other funds, other contractual obligations, and finally, other expenses. In this other expense category is truly we don't always have a place for something. So some of this is going to be somewhat repetitive, but I think it's worth noting that when we look at the general fund, we have gone and really analyzed over the past few months the best way to match the revenues that we're expecting, the $226 million, against the expenditures that we best believe is going to be occurring throughout the operating year. We do not, at this point, anticipate a draw on the general fund balance. We do expect it to be almost net neutral. We do believe that we are going to be coming in as flat as possible in this case. So, as tradition, we have our general fund comparative statement. I recognize that these numbers are not easy to read on the screen, but they are provided in clarity in the documents in front of you. This does provide 2 years of historical information along with the 2026 anticipated numbers, including beginning cash as of January 1st, 2024, and our projected cash at the end of December 31st, 2026. This slide here, it takes it a step further. We have about 14 different departments that we budget at. Some of them don't necessarily exist in this capacity because of how we structured. There have been revisions over time. And what this actually looks like, how this actually makes up the $226 million of expenditures in the 2026 operating budget by department.
I do want to add something to this page. So one of the things you'll see when you look at it department by department is the impact. You might see some anomalies here, and that's largely due to the impact of ARPA in the way we funded things last year. So for example, on this page, if you look at the public health department, it looks like we're going from 50,000 to 4 million, and that's because we funded the Summit County Public Health contract last year out of ARPA, and this year it's returning to the general fund.
So this slide here is just to take a pause to really see, once again, how close we are in terms of matching up the revenues and expenditures. And while it's hard to see on this slide on the screen, there is an orange piece at the top of the revenues, the IT4 transfer of $9,720,000 that we will be using to keep the revenues balanced against alongside the expected expenditures. And on top of that, we didn't draw all of the ARPA interest last year. We believe at the end of this year, there's still going to be about $3 million of interest that we can allocate directly to the general fund. So taking a step back here, how does this impact what we're talking about? For comparison, this slide is really showing how we're going to be drawing on the bottom half, issue 4 funds to reimburse the general fund for police and fire staffing costs. So right now we're projecting flat at $30 million between 25 and 26. And you can see that in 2025, we began our drawdown of issue 4 funds. So I really want to recap a lot of our revenue assumptions for both 2025, the actuals for 25, and what our anticipated assumptions are going to be that built this budget for 2026. So typically we budget about a 2.5% increase in income taxes. The mayor mentioned that we didn't have a great year last year. Last year does appear to be somewhat of an anomaly where we had a 2.4% decrease in collections. But already with looking at January and trying to forecast out to some degree what we're going to be seeing going forward, we do believe we are going to be coming into 2.5 increase, I should say. What that means is we are really at the point where while we were down last year, it's almost net neutral to what collections came in between 24 and 25. Some good news, though, is local government funds, funds that the state issue to municipalities, and in our case are used for safety forces funding, went up 9.5% last year. Based on the projections that the state have provided for 2026, we believe those funds are going to be stable and remain flat this year. And similarly, we're not going to talk about property taxes too much, but we do believe collections are stable for 25, and they're going to be stable for 26. We bring in about 40 million total between the collections, with 25 million directly allocated to the general fund. Last year, we talked extensively about how we were going to draw ARPA interest. And we did draw 10 million of ARPA interest last year, but due to market conditions and how strong the market has been performing, we are looking at having a little bit more interest, as previously discussed, that we will be able to draw at various points this year. Finally, we were kind of running on an assumption that adult use cannabis revenues would be distributed by the state last year. And while that did not happen, in the first week of January, we did get our first distribution of marijuana revenues. It was about $877,000. And we are now projecting, just based off of a handful of months and the data that is currently out there, that we will be receiving about 1.75 million of adult use cannabis revenues in 2026.
Yeah. One thing I want to point out about that is the fact that we did get all of the monies from late 24 and 25, in January of this year. So going forward, we will not be getting 1.75 million each year. It will probably be more like half of that.
And then I just wanted to show a slide of how the revenue actually looks like. The pie chart on the left represents the 2026 budgeted amounts for revenues that we are bringing in. Income tax, taxes across the board, assessments, and JED represents 67% of the revenues to the city. We are very sensitive to changes, not only income tax, but property tax as well. Charges for services, interfund revenues, intergovernmental revenues, investment earnings, and miscellaneous revenues all make up 32% of the revenue. And while we look at these additional options, we are very heavily sensitive to how income tax performs. And then I just wanted to go through the comparison of our expenditure assumptions as well. So in 2025, we had included a 2% cost of living increase for all employees across the board. I do not believe I need to rehash everything that has occurred. We know where the contracts have come in, but that allows us, as I've mentioned in the past, to plan for 2026 and really begin planning for 2027 as well. The general fund last year did assume staffing costs for personnel that had previously been funded through grants. And this year, we are actually looking, as we plan on reinstituting the speed camera program, charging 7 full-time police officers to the Child Safety Fund because we believe that is an eligible use of funds once we start really receiving this again. The cost for healthcare costs remain stable. Mr. Fricker went through a whole mini presentation about where healthcare costs is. We're pleased to announce that we are not changing the amount we're going to be charging the departments and divisions per full-time employee. It is going to remain at $1,800 for another, was it the 4th year, I think?
Yeah, it's been several years. Now, one of the things, we've had that amount really for about 4 years. We had kind of a spike the first year after the pandemic, and at that time we raised that charge back up to $1,800 a month. We've been using that, but we have not had in years past had to charge all 12 months back to the self-insurance fund. So there have been years when we've only had to do 10 months or 11 months. Last year we did have, so those costs have been going up. Last year we did have to do all 12 months. So the additional revenues that the employees are paying will hopefully get us one more year of this amount. Likely, assuming that there is healthcare inflation, which is very regular, we probably will have to raise that amount next year.
And finally, ARPA has come to an end. We discussed last year that we were anticipating using 25 million of funds. We have 3 million, give or take, remaining as we close out the various projects, and we will give you a brief update immediately after this presentation. The ARPA slides that will be presented alongside Mitch Lindstrom here from Guidehouse are also part of the book that is in front of you at this point. So closeout, again, will be completed by the end of this year with no funds that will need to be returned to the federal government. And then just to kind of get a holistic look of how this breaks down at that kind of ordinance level, we discussed that 72% of our operating expenditures is for staffing costs in the general fund. So I wanted to take a minute to point out what we perceive as key financial metrics for the general fund. We've talked about the revenues, we've talked about the expenditures. 29.97, or 30 million, is our estimated general fund balance at year end. We are not projecting a draw on the general fund at this time. However, and I will discuss this briefly in a second, because of the expenditures coming down, this does affect our cash on hand, which is the single biggest metric that ratings agencies and various other authorities, including the auditor of the state of Ohio, look at in terms of how healthy your general fund is, has increased slightly to 48 days. And while it's still not where we are, it is nowhere near as bad as it could be due to sound fiscal management. So I think I've showed this slide in the past. And what this slide represents is the green bars is our general fund balance, our reserves at any given time. We hover about 30 million. The blue bar is the day's cash on hand. And when the blue bar is lower than the green bar, that shows that there is pressure on the general fund as a result of increasing prices. And while some of that is really beyond our control, especially with inflationary measures out there, not only with staffing costs, but also on other supplies such as chemicals or just day-to-day equipment, it is becoming harder for us to manage where we need to be for our days cash on hand metric. And then just a brief second, just to really show how hard we've worked to manage our expenses to match our revenues. We are presenting a 10-year history of what that looks like, really coming out of 2016 and somewhat of a low point prior to that, but really the effects of COVID in 2020 and how we've managed to use the funds responsibly since 2020 and 2021. I'm going to hand it back over to Mr. Fricker.
Yeah, so this slide right here is just a quick look at our debt. The amount on the left, so we have about $1.3 billion worth of debt. I know that's a big number. The bulk of that debt, over about 61% of that, is due to our sewer CSO projects that we're doing. You can see the income tax debt, which is what we fund out of the capital budget, is about $290 million. The CLC debt is down to about $153 million right now. So that debt will exist. That will all be paid off at the end of 2033. On the right-hand side, you can see our annual debt service for this year. So the income tax funded debt is about $41 million. The CLC debt is about $20 million. That uses that dedicated 0.25% tax to pay that debt. And then you can see sewer debt, about $40 million. The sewer debt actually dropped slightly. I know that sounds kind of counterintuitive, but it's because we had a design loan for the Northside Interceptor Tunnel that was like a 5-year loan that had debt service. Well, what we typically do with those loans is once the construction loan is available, we are able to kind of refinance the design loan with the construction loan on a much longer term. So that's what happened. So that debt did get added to the construction loan, but we won't start paying on that until a couple years from now. One thing that has really been a big help and is a big reason why we're able to fund more cash-funded projects out of our capital improvement fund is that we have paid down a lot of our income tax debt over the past 6 years. So about $58 million of our income tax funded debt has been paid down over the past 6 years. And the city just had its bond rating last fall reaffirmed at A+ with a stable outlook. Go ahead.
61% of our debt is the I knew it was high. Is that, what does that look like in compared to other cities? And we've talked for years about how egregious our consent decree is.
Right. And I would think that that balance for us is probably, kind of an outlier in terms of most cities.
I would guess, but I'm just, wow. Sorry.
Sure. One thing I think that it's also indicated
That's
is
fine.
that the investments that we've made in water, right, the sewer debt has kind of crowded out some of our water as well. And so I think, as we look at the investments that we need to make in our water infrastructure, this is a part of it. But I think we are still very hopeful that we are going to be able to reduce the cost of this last proposed enhanced high-rate treatment facility, HRT, which would add another $300 million onto this total. So I think we feel like we are in the end game, and for the first time, we have all the parties on the same page. So
I know we're not out of the woods, Mayor, on that piece of it, but I'm just curious in terms of that overall for presenting to the courts. It's. Sorry, my mind is.
Yeah, so the next couple slides, and I'm not going to go through all of this, but just basically shows, so these are the funds that we appropriate. So in the ordinance, you'll see these numbers like 1,000 for the general fund, 2,000 for income tax collection. These are all of our funds, just the projected cash balances based on the revenues and expenditures that we have in this budget. And then
I'll finish off. And so then, just to kind of summarize everything else, the last 4 slides represent comparative statements for our major facing funds that we're going to be talking about. This first one here, the Police, Fire, and Roads Fund, or more commonly known as Issue 4, is the first one. The second one is the Income Tax Capital Improvement Fund. As mentioned a moment ago, this is where we're going to be drawing some cash to fund projects, equipment, and activities on a cash basis rather than having to necessarily issue new general obligation debt. And then finally, we have our 2 major enterprise funds. The first one is the Water Fund, where, as mentioned before, we are actively monitoring the cash balance. As we look to the future, and we hope some of these things materialize or don't materialize, the one thing that we are sensitive is where the cash balance in the Water Fund is at the moment. And then finally, as mentioned, the Sewer Fund, we are projecting a cash balance increase this year. And again, that's primarily due to anticipation of oncoming debt service in 2028. But this is the last slide that we just kind of want to have out there, really provide some additional details, and just be as transparent as we can be. While we did provide in the projected cash balances on the previous couple of slides that Mr. Fricker was showing, those funds typically, the ones that aren't presented, don't have near as level as the activity as these do. And then I'm going to invite Mitch up. We're going to briefly talk about ARPA, what that means, and how the projects over the past couple of years have played out.
do we want to take any questions on this piece, or do we want to go straight to Guidehouse?
Does anybody have any questions? We can take a few. We have one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will our sewer rates go up this year? Will the residents' sewer rates go up this year? Because it seemed like they went up about 3 months ago.
So there are no changes from the rate increase that we just put in place basically at the end of last year.
Oh, they went in, yeah.
Yeah. So there was a rate increase that was done last year that took effect this year, And so that has already happened. So the answer is we're not making any changes this year. That was already enacted last year.
Great, thank you.
Very good. Do you have a question?
Yes, just maybe a quick note, if that's okay, and thank you so much for these materials. I will note, and all I want to say is there's a couple charts and things that don't have like keys or anything, so it's a little tricky to read some of them. I'll get you with you one-on-one, but I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
All righty. Move right into Mitch from Guidehouse.
All right. Thanks again. For those who I have seen before, it's nice to see you again. For those I haven't, hello. My name's Mitch. I'm a director with Guidehouse. We are a global advisory and technology consulting firm. I work within a practice referred to as state and local government. Specifically, myself specifically and my team been supporting the city with their American Rescue Plan funding and really kind of working their way out fiscally from the pandemic since 2021. And so what we're hoping to present here today is sort of a look back to a degree, right? One of the questions we've been asked time and time again through the prior administration and then this administration is, where did this money go? And so we're going to share a little bit about that. We're going to start with the overview. We'll go into different project buckets, allow for time to ask questions or comments, and then we'll just briefly touch on what's next in terms of steps with the federal funds. So page one here, it's really pretty straightforward. 100% of the funds have been obligated. The city was awarded $145.3 million in American Rescue Plan funds. We've got about 98% of that has been spent, meaning it has left the city's coffers. And then that last 2% is split in small dollar amounts around contracts that are expecting to be paid out for performance later yet this year. This is really just a graph to signify we always model out, are we on pace to spend all the dollars before the final deadline? And so really that's what this graph is showing. We do not doubt that is the case. The city will spend out. And then in part, and this is some of what we're going to walk through today on a more kind of case-by-case or project-by-project basis, is our Guidehouse team partnered with your finance team and a fabulous GIS team to map out the points in place. No, you're good.
I have not received this presentation yet, so if anybody here in Chambers is having a hard time seeing it, feel free to connect to the Zoom meeting from the email today and just make sure your audio's not on. You'll be able to see it on your screen.
Okay. We will get printed copies. Also, this is something we built in the city kind of owns in their own GIS system, so something can be explored at a later date. But what you're seeing here is a dot, and there are thousands, so even if it was blown up in front of you, you'd still have a hard time kind of pointing them out. But really, this represents where dollars were awarded directly, right? So these are, nonprofits, small businesses that receive grants, individuals, homes who had repairs invested in them, public places that were revamped. It does not necessarily reflect everyone who was served by those nonprofits, right? But where your dollars went directly for award. And in that, you see that 10 out of 10 wards were served. You also see the equitable distribution of those funds, which was fundamentally mandated by the guidelines that the prior administration had written into the American Rescue Plan funds, right? Requiring that those funds prioritize communities that were disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, those who are low income, and those serving those in need. And additionally, all of these funds were tracked, right? So that was a big part of our work and our partnership with the city of Akron, was making sure that those dollars were tracked, continuously monitored, and reported to the federal government, as well as the still active to this day. There's a public dashboard where you can see it updates nightly where dollars were spent with the ARPA funds. So next. I'd also like to take a moment to highlight the implementation, and particularly this is important to me, not due to my involvement, but because it requires the invisible work of government. And what do I mean by invisible work? I mean the work where everything goes to plan and nothing happens. This incorporates checking thousands of invoices and receipts to make sure they add up to the specific dollar amount. It incorporates hours of training. It incorporates redoing processes because it didn't capture the information or that nugget of data that the federal government or the city had to require of that individual or that nonprofit. And the work was done by mostly your city audit and budget staff, program staff, and dozens of nonprofits and their finance teams throughout. And I'm happy to report that we have some good metrics to report on, which is 0 findings from your auditors, concerns expressed by the Treasury, $0 clawed back. We still have a few months. And 100% of your federally mandated reports submitted to the Treasury on time and within compliance. And this is, again, largely due to the invisible work that many of your staff and those who are awarded funds have undertook. Now I'd like to jump in to our investment areas. Really, projects were bucketed in a number of priority areas originally within the Horrigan administration, then adopted and built off to a limited degree in the Malek administration. But we have these little note cards. They're really for your review to highlight, projects, number of dollars invested, break it down by project, and then to a degree we have different data visualizations. You can go into the next one. Again, pause me at any time if you'd like to ask a question or poke out about a particular project. But within economic recovery, we had about 7, the city had 7 projects, $4.52 million in award. 100% of those have completed. All funds are spent. If we break out one specific program of highlight is the Akron Cares Utility Assistance Program. Here we were able to map every individual beneficiary of the program. That was the portion, at least, that was funded by ARPA. The impact of that program reached well over 7,000 homes within the city. Frozen? Yeah. Oh, no. There we go. Okay. Then we had housing and homelessness, right? So across 7 projects, just over $16 million was invested. About 96% of that has been spent to date. And again, on the right, you see a graph where a home was repaired or built using your ARPA dollar investments. And again, that is a part of the Akron Home Repair Program, but you also had a number of other awards dedicated to home repair or addressing and creating affordable housing, and those dots represent where that took place. The Akron Home Repair Program, we have sort of 1.0 and 2.0 is still probably the most active program, both from just an activity standpoint, but also performance and monitoring and compliance standpoint. To date, around 308 homes have finished and completed construction of their repairs. On average, $19,000 was invested into each of those homes. There's still a portion of that program that is underway now. Summit County, Habitat for Humanity, and Nazareth CDC are still in the process of finishing their portions of homes, right? And so you have a number under construction, about 46 that are undergoing construction currently, and I believe Summit has probably the same number, if not double that, currently going through inspections and cataloging and identifying repairs. And so I know that's a primary focus of this administration and those subrecipients.
And I really want to echo that while it doesn't list those numbers in terms of what's under inspection and pre-inspection and bid, those houses are underway and progressing smoothly. We are discussing here what is under current actual construction and homes completed. We have full faith that this program will be wrapping up by the end of the year and that every house that has been selected will be notified in some capacity.
And then on the public safety side of things, there's about 5 projects spanning about $15+ million. The vast majority of those outside of the VIP grant program have been completed. If you go to the next slide, I think we have a call out for the VIP program. Oh, yeah. So the VIP program was an on-running grant program. It went, I think it launched the first year of the pandemic, and there was a few additional award cycles. On the map, you see where the nonprofits that did receive funding via that program of varying levels and degrees based on a competitive award process where they are housed. Again, some of those programs served just the neighborhoods around them. Some of those served the entire community. Again, wanted to make sure that we were presenting data we could feel confident in the complete accuracy of.
As an aside, we have an appendix attached to this, and it'll be presented. It does list out the amount of the awards for every VIP recipient. The other thing that's worth mentioning on here that's not explicitly stated is these funds help build capacity for these not-for-profits, allowing them to hopefully grow and go out on their own to fundraise without further assistance in some regards.
Yeah. And then wanted to take a moment. I know the city council put some effort into this program, but the neighborhood doorbell camera program, we were able to map. If you wanted to know where did those cameras go, every ward. So 3,395 of them. Water infrastructure, not a lot to point out here. What I will, I want to highlight in terms of distribution of spend is this was an automatically eligible activity for municipalities. How and what got repaired, it was a part of your natural capital planning process, right? So it really just accelerated the ability to execute on that.
Yeah.
And so that's why you see certain wards darker shaded. It's just because in that given year, their water mains were particularly up, or that particular region was up for the lead service line replacement.
And I also want to recognize that through strategic use of not only federal ARPA funds, but some of the other ARPA funding out there, we were the first Midwest city to eliminate lead service lines in our system.
Yeah. Health, one program directly, which was the Access Point, the federally qualified health clinic that was developed. Some funding from the city was provided for that development. And then parks and public places. This really includes almost nearly a dozen projects of varying complexities, right? Ranging from a joy park remodel to a Ed Davis reconstruction. It comprised about $51 million plus investment in public space, along with a few different grant programs.
The other thing worth highlighting here, this is the one area that we're actively monitoring because we have closeout costs associated with the construction and reconstruction of community centers and pools. So while we are working through that, I would love to say that we're 100% closed out, but this is one of the ones that will probably going up right until the end.
Mm-hmm. And then city initiatives, these were, right, your provision of government services, that's your general funds, right? When they were talking about, hey, we've been able to subsidize our operating expenses the last few years, that's what that 39 million represents, right? So those, and then general administration is the execution and federal compliance elements related to this work. And then I believe the city website remodel and some citizen engagement software. And then really to close it out, where do we go from here? Well, hopefully, this might be for you all, not for me. This might be the last time you see me, if all goes right, right? So we're continuing to monitor spend. There's still compliance to be had. You still have some rather complex projects underway that we need to make sure. All seems good now, but we need to make sure get to the finish line and closed out in the way that we've seen them closed out over the last few years, right? So we're staying diligent on that. There's about 19 projects still technically active. 3 of those of significant focus for our teams. Subrecipient compliance, the subs who are still active still have compliance elements due, still being asked to keep all of their documentation, their receipts, right? The Treasury still has at least two years after 2026 that they can come back and ask questions, right? And so we're making sure that the city's prepared when that does happen. U.S. Treasury reports still due quarterly. It might be Mike Wheeler's favorite or least favorite day of the year. And then close out and audit preparation. Again, when we leave supporting a city or a municipality, we want to make sure that even if they weren't able to ever get in contact with us again, which you all will be, that they have everything they need to answer any question an auditor would have about any of these projects going down the line. So a little bit of work to polish and clean up, but overall in a strong place from a compliance standpoint.
And so, as I discussed earlier, just going over briefly, and I know it's hard to see, we will have printouts before council tonight for everyone, and apologies for that. I thought they had been printed, and I think that was just an error that had happened at the end there. But there was a handful of VIP program grantees, and we are presenting the award amount just as a reference so that we can really understand holistically where all of the dollars went, in particular in that program as well.
And that was a competitive grant program as well.
So, with that, thank you.
Of course.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your data. It's a good presentation. We will, we do have another hearing coming up at 5, so again, just thanks for coming here today, and with that, a motion to adjourn? Sure. We don't need one. Motion, meeting adjourned. Thank you.
That is our final committee meeting of the day. Council will meet in special session at 5 o'clock. Thank you.